Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Tuesday. I can't believe we're this far into July. It's July 8th, and there is, always lots going on in the law. So first, replay crew, love you. Everything will be timestamped down below. Today, we have lots to talk about because we have another trooper that's been rehomed, and Kouri Richins, her days are just not getting better for her. So we need to talk about all, yes, when I say all, I mean all of the new charges for Kouri Richins. For some of you that are new or popped in during the last trial, the Karen Reed trial, A, we're going to talk about the fallout from that trial a little bit at the beginning. B, if you haven't heard of Kouri Richins, buckle up. Just buckle up. We're going to talk about Kouri Richins today. She's going to be thrilled with her new charges. Yes, we have a new shirt. We're going to talk about that too. So law nerds, we're going to roll the intro. We're going to do the things. Everything has changed on the back end. There are software updates that have caused all of the chaos. It is what it is. I have a coffee. I have the law nerds. I have the cursey words. We're just going to do the things. So let's get live. Let's go. Let's do the things. We have much to talk about. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, law nerds. First of all, I've seen lots of you ask about whatever has changed in the chat on YouTube's end. YouTube has done that. We have no control over it. We have made our objections known, and the mods will tell you how to turn it off if you want to turn it off. So if you're seeing weird stuff in the chat, YouTube rolled it out. There's nothing we can do. We've tried. Trust me, we've tried. We're going to ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist. And I firmly feel that if I ignore it long enough, it'll just go away. That's completely my plan with that. It's not something that I'm paying attention to. It's not something you need to pay attention to. We can all ignore it together and then be like, see, nobody asked for this and nobody wants it. Thanks. We're good. We're ignoring it. I have no control. So for everybody's like, Emily, can you make it go away? I don't know. I don't know. We're trying. We've asked to be able to toggle it off on our end and we cannot. So I will ignore it and then it will go away. I'm just going to la on that. We're going to la on that. I hate it. La. For those of you that are in the Law Nerd app and for those of you that are in our membership spaces, that's fantastic. All of you saw the new Law Nerd merch that dropped yesterday. For those of you that are not in the Law Nerd app, then you're going to hear about it now real quickly because we did roll out a refresh in the merch shop. We always share those things in our member spaces and then in the app first. But I do want to share with you what we have in the store, in the Law Nerd shop, in case you are interested. Again, the Law Nerd shop is stuff I love to use. So Emily, how do you pick products? Stuff that I want to wear or use. Stuff that I want to wear or use. And stuff that I like and like using and will use on stream or otherwise. That's how we pick things in the shop. Like what the law nerds ask for, plus what Emily likes. Emily, can we do this? Well, yes, if Emily wants to. And it takes occasionally some time, but we have restocked the fax hats. So those are restocked. We did restock the very popular, that's not my screen share, the very popular purple hoodie with I Have Questions. We were able to source those and restock them. And so those have been restocked. So those are in the shop. The cup, which I love, is sold out. We are going to work on a restock on those. I'll keep you posted because we are going to work on a restock on those. They come with stickers so you can design them as you want. They are, I think, very fun. I'm very excited, but I love this mug. I use it all the time. But we are going to work on restocking the cups. I'll keep you posted on that. It's something we will work on. It's going to be a minute. They're not going to be restocked tomorrow. It's going to take a little bit of time. I know we have some of the muscle tee left. These are really drapey. They cover up the arm a little bit on the shoulder, which I love having a shoulder cover. Why? I am fair. I get sunburned. I need to have a little shoulder coverage. So the Lonards Rock is a black on black. It is really drapey. It is fantastic. I love it. The I Have Questions tank is a bit roomier. It is a unisex sizing, so it is not cut particularly one way or the other. So it's a little longer in the torso. It's a little longer in the sleeve holes. So if you are worried about a size and you want it to be large, don't size up. If you want it to be larger, go ahead and size up. And then we have the koozies, which I love. I was looking for my other koozie. Dr. B stole it. The koozies, I had to go find them. The two tall can, like the tall skinny can koozies are just not anywhere in my house. I think Dr. B probably has one with him in the car. And I wonder where the other one has found its way off to. It's probably still in the cooler from 4th of July. So the koozies are fantastic. I love them, but I wanted them. These were, Emily wants them for her coffees and Emily wants them for her drinks. So Emily loves these. They come two to a set. The shirt I'm wearing does say I Have Questions on the back. It is our I Have Questions design. Also, same as the others, it is a unisex cut. So it's a little longer in the torso. I love the sleeve length on it. I will probably cut it into a V-neck at some point, but I wanted to show it to you before I went and cut it. Nick W, the tall one is literally made for the claws. It's made for the claws. It's made for the claws. So that is what we have restocked in the shop. Of course, the fax hat, which is the one I'm wearing, hard to photograph. You know what it looks like. The sticker packs are back. Those had been sold out for a while, and we have some of the tumblers left if you wanted the oil slick spicy tumbler. The Liz B, the muscle tee is a more of a women's cut. It's got a bit more of a waist. So it is not sold as a unisex. It is more true to size. The unisex ones are a little bit larger, and then they've got a little bit more of a drop in the armhole. So it's more of a like a gym style tank. So, and those were very popular. So if we don't have your size, we are going to talk later today about what a restock looks like. All the things that we have in the shop, we do not sew our own clothes at this point. So we source everything we can in as many sizes as we can. Where we run into restrictions is with our sourcing, which is so frustrating. But we work on it. So the rocker muscle tee is more of a women's cut. The unisex muscle tee is longer in the torso and longer in the armholes, like more of a gym style top. And then the shirt, again, a bit longer in the torso. I love the sleeve length, but that's me. I also don't mind a sleeve that covers things up. And it's a really soft cotton. I know not everything photographs easily. The oil slick tumbler is great. It does not photograph easily because it is so oil slicky. And these are etched. So they are printed in there. They are etched in there. We love them. So that is what's going on in the shop. When we have new shop stuff, we will always let you know in the app. So we will let you know. We will let you know. I love it. I'm the same way. Somebody said, I love it. Olivia's like, I love it when a shirt that covers. I know. I love it. I love it. I love it. Painted Lizard, if you access the shop from where you are, you will see what's available in your country to reduce tariffs and shipping. So not everything sells to every country. We are working on solving that problem. It is not an easy problem to solve. We could rant forever. But we will not today. It's been a hard enough weekend, y'all. Not because of the merch shop. The merch shop is fantastic and I love it. I love what the team has created. Absolutely love. But it was, I mean, for all of you, I'm sure it was not always the easiest weekend. Here's what I will tell you. When things are tough, all the news coming out of Texas was heartbreaking. We are not going to get into it. For all of you who are like, please no. No, I'm with you. Look, I find that this is a wonderful time for a reminder about how I see my role here, which is to keep doing what we do. So when things are hard, I never want to catch you sideways with stuff that's going on in the world, because you come here knowing that what's in the title is what we're going to talk about. And what's in the title is what we're going to cover. It's not because there isn't other stuff going on. It's because often there's nowhere else to find something that's not everything that's going on. And so we are going to be here even when other stuff is hard, not because we're ignoring that other stuff is hard, but because maybe for just a few hours, we can talk about something else, and we can cover something else, and we can cover the law, and we can maybe just take a moment to do what we do. And that, you know, when you come here, sometimes the law is going to catch us sideways. There are days in court where the law catches us sideways, and I'm watching trial with y'all and I'm like, what is happening? But my goal is that when you see the cases that we're covering, and this is one of the reasons I don't cover breaking news, when you see the title and click into the video, that you're not going to get caught sideways on a plane, on the bus, at school, at work, in your car, caregiving, in your life, at the grocery store, and be like, oh, now we're talking about this and I'm sobbing. Like, just no. So it is always my goal to continue doing what we do and be a place to have a minute to do what we do. Not because other stuff doesn't pull all of our attention, but because it's sometimes so hard to find anything for a moment that isn't everything that's going on. And so that is always my goal here. Not to ignore that other things are going on, not to ignore that life is hard, not to diminish everything that's going on. But we've been doing this together long enough that we know that things are going to keep happening in the world that are hard, that are uncomfortable, that are awful, and that we can't fix in the moment. And I am still going to be here doing this with the Law Nerds because I find it to be a really grounding touch point of normalcy. And we can't always find that, especially in the way that our news works today. Emily, are you going to rant a little bit about the news? I hate the emotional, manipulation of headlines, especially when things are horrible already. We just don't always need it. And there's so many places to find it. And so it's okay to take a minute to talk about something else for me. And that's what I'm going to do. And so it's, I think, always a good reminder to let you guys know how I approach things and why I approach things the way that I do, and remind everyone that, yes, there is lots going on. There always will be, hopefully not like this. But I hate feeling emotionally attacked and manipulated by the news, when sometimes, particularly, I just want to know what's happening. And it's getting harder and harder to find news that's just what's happening without the rest of it, which is difficult as well. So I am here to be a touch point of what we do, even when other things are going on. And if there's ever a day that I can't do that, I'll just tell you. But we're going to do this. And we're going to talk about all of the things going on in the cases that we're covering. And there's more coming up. I couldn't talk about Kohberger today. It's been such a heavy weekend. Kouri Richins is a heavy case too, but there are points of that case that are just wild, and we can talk about that. What's going on in fallout from the Karen Reed case? We can talk about that, because sometimes it's really nice to see that things are happening, because sometimes when you look at particularly the Karen Reed case, you're like, is anything going to happen to anyone, really? And it did with Proctor, which is why we all talked about it so much, because I'm like, look, something happened. Something happened. And maybe, just maybe, we will reread Docket 214 together, because some of our new Law Nerds don't know. Some of our new Law Nerds haven't joined us for Docket 214 just yet. So we might do that too. But I also wanted to take a minute to just let you know how and why I make the choices that I make, how and why I do the coverage that I do. And there's times that it just reminds me of all the times I turned in but tuned into my morning radio when things were wild. And they're like, you guys, we're just going to be here to do what we do. Just a little slice of normalcy where we can find it. And that's really important. And I think it is really important to be here with our group and have a little bit of normalcy talking about the law, because everything else that comes across your feed is going to just tear at your heart. And it's sometimes too much because you can't even process all that information. I really want to have this conversation with Dr. Kouri. I need to ask her, but to have this conversation with Dr. Kouri, because there is a point where we just can't process any more information. And then there's also nothing we can do. And so if you can't process it and there's nothing you can do, I think it just makes you feel terrible. I don't think there's any more help. I don't think there's any more you can know or any more you can do. And what are you supposed to do with that? I don't know. What can you do except just feel awful? And we're not here to just feel awful. Dr. Kouri and I have had some lovely ADHD DMs and chats in that way. And occasionally we will just interact on social media. But I need to ask, because I feel like, yes, we could talk about her work in cases, but I think it might be really helpful to talk about how our brains work, because she knows so much about it and I know so little. It is not my area of study, and I'm constantly fascinated by the things I learn, but I would love to have a conversation even just about how we process information and how much information comes in and all the rest of it. There's just so much that we don't know and that we're not taught about how we process information. And I think a lot of our information systems right now run counter to how we work as humans. And I don't love that for all of us, because I want people to be well. Like, people need to know the things they need to know. But at some point, you know everything there is to know, or you know everything that you can take action on. So speaking of knowing what you need to know, speaking of knowing what we need to know about Trooper B, don't we? We need to know more about Trooper B, because Trooper B has been rehomed. And when I saw this news starting to break yesterday, I was just like, well, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So the first thing we're talking about today is Trooper B. It's going to take me a minute to do any of my soups because there was an interface change. Our software is almost done, y'all. Our software is almost done. Our software is almost done. And I cannot wait. But they like rehomed all of the things. All of the things. So let's swoop real quick. So for those of you who are like, girl, what? I know. It's not breaking news that happened yesterday. But Trooper B was reassigned. So we are going to go to local news, NBC 10 Boston, and talk about Trooper B being reassigned. I also found a new plugin. So we're going to play with that today in reader mode to see how our new plugin works. So Trooper B has been reassigned. I'm going to try to reduce the ads on this the best I can so I can show you this story, but it's going to take a minute because there are just, I can't make the ads, I can't make them stop. Like, there's nothing I can do. Stop that. Okay. I think we're almost stopped. Mass State Police Sergeant who supervised Karen Reed investigation reassigned. First of all, what's the problem with this headline? Law nerds, we're taking a page from our friend Rick Hogue. We're taking a page from Rick Hogue. We're going to do a little like hangout and headlines style, right? What's the first thing about this headline? Who supervised it? Who supervised it? Who supervised? Because it, as I recall, he was not the one who supervised. As I recall, it was in fact, okay, I'm going to see if I can pause that. Okay. We're trying. Wasn't it Proctor? He was Proctor's supervisor. He was Proctor's boss. They were partners, but Proctor was the supervisor. But here's the second part. Here's my question. Maybe because Proctor got fired, he supervised like the last bit. I mean, maybe. Sergeant, look at this, the little subheadline here. Oh, I wonder what they updated. Sergeant Kouri Bukhenik will now be assigned to the Division of Standards and Training. Emily, don't make jokes. No, make jokes. Is this your first choice for standards and training? Or are they teaching him standards and training? This is an administrative assignment. This is an administrative assignment. This is an admin assignment. So we're going to go to the story. Mass State Police Sergeant Kouri Bukhenik, who supervised the Karen Reed investigation, asterisks on that. Trooper Proctor supervised, but whatever, has been reassigned from the Norfolk DA's office, a state police spokesman confirmed Monday, yesterday. The reassignment was effective Sunday, state police said. They initially said he had been reassigned to the South Boston Barracks, which I think is also training, but later provided an update saying he was transferred on a temporary duty assignment to the Division of Standards and Training to be retrained. As a sergeant assigned to the Division of Standards and Training Commander's Office, they say he will perform, quote, a variety of administrative functions in support of the division's daily operations. You're going to be taking roll. He has been rehomed to a desk. That is not what anyone in law enforcement wants, being rehomed to a desk. I've got a lot of thoughts about this. I don't always give my thoughts and opinions on things. I'm going to give you all the thoughts, opinions, and speculation on this one when we get to the end of the story, because I have thoughts, opinions, and speculation. I'll just let you know when they are, all those things. Applications are now... Emily, don't laugh. Applications are now being accepted for the vacancy for the sworn sergeant position in the district attorney's office. Who wants that role? Who wants that role? Who wants that role? Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to take that job. Look, this is like Defense Against the Dark Arts. Like, nobody's going to last in this job more than a year. Like, you're going to end up with your memory wiped, apparently, if you work in this role, like either Gilderoy Lockhart style or like Men in Black style. Somehow your memory is going to be gone. But the article is just like, applications are now being accepted. What? Okay. Miss Mars in the chat said Deaver maybe, or Dever maybe. Dever is Boston PD, not state troopers. So state troopers, you have to be a state trooper. You have to be a state trooper, but it's hilarious to me that they're like, we're accepting applications. This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. An absolute mess. So I have heard through the interwebs that Boston PD Dever is on leave. I have not seen any articles. I've only seen the interwebs talking about it. So I have not seen two sources on that. So for me, that is still speculative, but I have seen that discussed on the interwebs that she is on a leave. But that is what I have heard. I have not seen multiple sources confirming that. I would love to see that confirmed. If you ever see it confirmed, send it to me. I will take a look. So, M71, unless things have been confirmed with the department, there are times where even though things are posted online, I can't always confirm that documents posted online are accurate. So I have questions, I have questions. I just want to see things confirmed multiple times before I say that it's a thing, because I don't know. All right. She's going to have a very difficult time moving forward. Why is my name in this? This is a link to a video. I caught my name out of the corner of my eye. I was like, what did I do? What do I do? What do I do? Mass State Police Sergeant Kouri Bukhenik took the stand in the Karen Read trial Thursday, and a key member of the investigation read out evidence in court. He also brought in evidence saying it was from the wrong place. Like, his testimony was fucking wild. The thing is, how wild his testimony is got so overshadowed by other things later. We asked former prosecutor Emily D. Baker whether she thinks Proctor will be called and what she makes of the strategy of calling Bukhenik. This must have been when I was on Canton Confidential. That link must link to that video. Okay. What did I do? No, I gave an interview. That's what I did. Let's see. What else did I do? And she pointed out an issue Proctor's involvement presents for a key piece of evidence. I did. And Sue O'Connell and Margarita Dressier, I think, discussed the impact of Proctor's vulgar texts on NBC Boston. As the colonel said following the conclusion of the second trial, the events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions. Okay. I'm not surprised that this is the state police statement. As the colonel said following the conclusion of the second trial, the events of the last 3 years have challenged our department to thoroughly review our actions and take concrete steps to deliver advanced investigative training, ensure appropriate oversight, and enhance accountability. It's like they just played Scrabble with corporate buzzwords. Under his direction as colonel, the state police has and will continue to improve in these regards. They said nothing that they're doing. Our focus remains on delivering excellent police services that reflect the value of professionalism and maintaining public trust. Well, state police, you haven't given any action steps, but you gave us a lot of words. NBC Boston also reached out to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, who referred questions about the matter to state police. The move comes less than 3 weeks after Read was acquitted by a jury of has it really only been 3 weeks? Of the most serious charges against her in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, who formerly led the Norfolk District Attorney's Office Detective Unit, was previously transferred out of the department last year and forced to forfeit 6 days of accrued leave after an internal investigation found that he violated department rules and regulations. Less than a week of vacation. State police found that Tully had failed to supervise or discipline unit members who were involved with inappropriate text messages relative to an ongoing homicide investigation. Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Read case, was fired in March in connection with his involvement in the case. He has been under fire since testifying at Read's first trial, testifying to sending a series of texts to several people, including state police colleagues and supervisors. He called the text unprofessional and regrettable. He did say that over and over and over and over. Over and over. Over and over. In what became a key point of contention in the trial, Proctor acknowledged sending family members, friends, and fellow members of state police, including supervisors, what he said were unprofessional and regrettable texts. Bukhenik testified during Read's first and second trials and was disciplined afterward by state police last year for failing to reprimand Proctor for his inappropriate text messages. Yes, failure to supervise was why Bukhenik was in trouble. I think they're going to clean house of everybody in the Norfolk DA's office. Here's the problem for them, though. Here's the problem for them. If they try to clean house in the Norfolk DA's office, they still have ongoing trials. So anything that was investigated before the clean house still has those troopers attached to it. So they're trying to triage what's a bad situation. But having any of these officers testify is going to be tough, because weren't you disciplined for failing to supervise is going to come up every time Bukhenik testifies. So to try to triage it to stop Bukhenik from working on new cases is a solid strategy, but there's nowhere to put him. So I'm not surprised he's on a desk in an administrative division. I don't remember where Tully ended up when he was rehomed, and others were not done with the fallout here. And I don't think we're going to be done with the fallout, because the ripple effect that this is going to carry is going to take years. Because in the time since the Reed case happened to now, most of these officers were still working cases up until, well, with Bukhenik, maybe till the second trial started. So all of those cases are still in the pipeline. And I can't imagine any defense attorney that has a case with any of these troopers on it not wanting all of the discovery, all of the potential Brady discovery, all of the disciplinary records. They're going to want everything. So every case that Norfolk DAs are handling that were investigated with state troopers, these state troopers were all together. And a number of those cases are also high-profile cases. But even if they're not high-profile cases, even if we're talking traffic tickets and what have you, it's going to make the life of the district attorneys incredibly difficult, because the defense attorneys are going to and should raise every issue with all of these cops that they can, unless there were some state troopers that were investigating things that were not in connection to these cases at all. But what went down in the Karen Reed case, in part because it went down so publicly, has informed every defense attorney in the state of Massachusetts, and everywhere, that these are areas that they need to ask about. These are areas of weakness for the prosecution's case. And I have to wonder if the district attorney's office in Norfolk is trying to mitigate the damage. Cleaning house now is going to help you a year down the road, but you've got, I'm sure, a backlog of cases with all of these officers that they're going to have to deal with. And I do not envy them. Then again, I also don't pity them, because it seemed that they had a heads up, at least with the Karen Reed case. And I can't imagine it's the only one, knowing what we know about the Birchmore case. I can't imagine that they weren't aware of some of the issues here, especially when, Attorney Lally was getting discovery during trial. This is one of the things, and I've complained about it quite a lot, and it is complaints without teeth at all. It is complete, just go ahead and complain. There's nothing you can do about it. I don't love the way that this is structured, where the troopers are like embedded in the district attorney's office and assigned to the district attorney's office and investigating the cases that the attorneys are filing. Even at the U.S. Attorney's Office, the divisions of the FBI and what have you that they work with are not in their office. It is too familiar. And it can make it harder, I would imagine, to A, spot the issues, and B, break this up. Because if the DAs are day in and day out working hand in hand with the troopers are going to get the benefit of the doubt even when they don't deserve it. And there needs to be more skepticism there when you're the one filing cases, being like, where's the discovery? And to tell the officers, I'm not filing this without discovery. It gets harder if they sit at the desk down the hall from you. It's why there should be some separation here from my perspective. But then again, that's how I worked. That's the way my office operated. And so that's what I was comfortable with. I can't imagine these prosecutors know any different. And I hope that there are prosecutors in Norfolk that are asking the hard and uncomfortable questions and really pushing back, because the job of the prosecutor is to step in and find the justice in the middle. And sometimes that's filing a case. Sometimes that's not filing a case. Sometimes that's going to trial. Sometimes that's not going to trial. But it seems the people of Norfolk County have lost trust in their district attorney's office and in their law enforcement. And I feel for them. I really do. And there's a lot more that's going to have to happen to fix this. Like a lot that's going to happen to fix this. Because people should be able to trust. Verify, but trust. And they can't. And that makes me incredibly sad for them. So, Linden said due justice terms and conditions apparently apply. They shouldn't. Due justice. It shouldn't be weird. Dandies said, does this mean Adam Lally could get in trouble? I haven't seen anything that Lally did that we have evidence of that would like get him in trouble. It seems that a lot of the discovery issues came from law enforcement, and those motions already went through the court. So I'm not going to sidetrack asterisks there. I'm not going to sidetrack onto, yes, if law enforcement has it and gives it to the DA late and they didn't know that the DA can be responsible for that. CEG, New Mexico, and everything that went down in the Alec Baldwin prosecution. With that caveat aside, the court didn't find that Adam Lally did anything willfully or intentionally, and we don't know if he did do anything willfully and intentionally. If that changes, then yes, there's always the possibility, but with the case done, it's going to come up for other cases to bring that to light and other motions to bring that to light. And so we will see as cases go forward if that comes up. So let's see. Angela said, Emily, if MST are assigned to the DA's office, doesn't that make bias hard because the DA office pushes a narrative which would create bias? I think it makes it harder to spot when investigations aren't going the way that they should, when discovery's not going the way that it should. I think it makes it much harder to spot. So that becomes more challenging. We've got one more article regarding Trooper Bukhenik. We're just going to take a look at real quick and see if there's any additional information. There may or may not be. We'll just take a look real quick. But a lot of you are saying DeChico also got reassigned. I'll take a look. I have not seen that. Did that happen a while back, or is that also recent? Let's see. We've got new reader mode. So I'm going to put more reader mode on. This is from WCVB. Mass State Police investigator in Karen Reed case moved from Norfolk District Attorney's Office. I like that headline better, I got to be honest. All right. We've gone into my reader mode. So this is the way I read things. One of the lead Massachusetts State Police investigators in the Karen Reed case has been transferred out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. MSP Sergeant Bukhenik will be moved to the Division of Standards and Training. MSP spokesman Tim McGurk, I hope I pronounced that properly, said in a statement to WCVB, the decision to transfer Bukhenik comes weeks after the acquittal. We know. We've seen the statement from state police already. Let's see. McGurk added that the hiring process has already begun to fill the vacancy in the district attorney's office. During his testimony, oh, that's pretty quick. During his testimony in Reed's retrial, Bukhenik faced tough questions. Tough questions. Bukhenik faced tough questions about the work of Trooper Michael Proctor, who was fired in the wake of Reed's first trial. And if any of you are looking at this being like, Emily, the font looks weird. Yes, I have it in the weighted font, which does make it a bit easier for me to read. So yes, it is weighted to the front of the words, which makes it easier for me to follow. Faced tough questions about inappropriate text messages sent by Proctor. He faced a lot of questions about his Apple Watch and if he responded with a thumbs up. So let's see. Julia, I'm not sure what the name of the font is. The setting it's called in this plugin is Bionic Reading. I don't know what the name of the font is. So I will look. I'll tell you, you guys have a lot of questions about this plugin. We'll talk about it after the article. How about that? We'll just take a minute and we'll talk about the plugin. Mary Lou Craft said, Emily, he merely acknowledged. Yes, it was just an acknowledgement. The Apple Watch. Sparkling Rutabaga said, I didn't know you could do that. I have so much trouble reading with dyslexia brain. Yes. We'll talk about the plugin in a minute. We'll do it. Let's see. This makes it easier for me to keep my place. Also me. Wait, where'd I go? I was reading the chat. I shifted my eyes to the other screen. Let's see. Faced questions about inappropriate text messages sent to Proctor. After the first trial, Bukhenik was ordered to forfeit, there it is, 5 days of leave. Tully was 6 days. Bukhenik was 5 days of leave after being found to have violated 2 rules and regulations governing the state police. That was the personnel order. I was going to soliloquy, but just keep reading. The personnel order said Bukhenik failed to properly supervise and or counsel a subordinate for sending inappropriate correspondences regarding an ongoing investigation. The order also said that Bukhenik did not properly document the inefficiencies of a subordinate according to the department's evaluation system manual. And we saw him be asked about all of this because it seemed like he was cut and pasting his performance reviews. And here's the thing. The fact that Bukhenik didn't see any of this as a problem, he was trying to back away from. He was like, oh, I merely acknowledged it. He was trying to back away from it instead of saying, hey, what are you doing sending this text? And he didn't document that he was like, hey, I told Proctor that this was inappropriate to text. Like, even if the full story, which is actually not hard for me to imagine, even if the full story is Bukhenik goes to Proctor, this is all speculation. Even if the full story is Bukhenik goes to Proctor and says, bro, you know you can't fucking text shit like this. What are you doing? Stop it. If you need to tell me something about how much you dislike this lawyer, just say it, forget it, write it, regret it. Like, what are you doing? You can't text this. And then he could say, Trooper Proctor was texting regarding investigation, advised that these were inappropriate texts to send. That's it. I imagine many in the department are like, you couldn't just tell him to knock it the fuck off? Which makes me wonder if this is a much larger problem, because what it seems to me is that no one was even ruffled about it. No one was even fussed. Everyone just looked at it and was just like, yeah, true, facts. So I think the reason he didn't say anything to Proctor is because nobody thought it was an issue. Everybody was like, yeah. And that's the problem. And I don't know how you shift toxic workplace culture like that. Because toxic workplace culture is a whole thing. I'm sure y'all have worked in toxic workplace culture. But it's a big problem when you have people in positions of power. I mean, this isn't... This is not good. And cleaning house, first separating everybody out and putting them in different places. And then you got to bring in some new hires and probably some lateral new hires from other departments. Because if you have the supervisors that are like the new boss, like la, 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 whatever, it's not going to change unless you also bring in some top brass that also helps implement new culture. And then you've got to start shuffling people around so they're not all together. It's going to take time though. This is not going to go smoothly. And it's not going to happen quickly, but it has to change. And I imagine they're going to be like pulling up the headlines with Proctor being like, do you want this to be you? No? Okay. This is not how to do your job. And if Massachusetts State Police, they're going to have their eyes on you. Cheryl Ray said, my brain is blown by the font, not dyslexic, but my brain relaxed. Look, anything that makes reading easier. Anything that makes reading easier. I'm here for it. So this is some interesting reminders that Trooper Bukhenik was also disciplined by losing 5 days of like vacation time, and that he was disciplined for failing to properly supervise. Let's see what else they have to say. These are the statements we've seen before. The hiring process has already begun to fill the vacancy. They should just clean house at Norfolk DA's office. The rest of this article is almost verbatim the Boston 10 article. And this article. Like it just repeats at the end. Are we trying to hit a word per diem? Like, where are we at? So let's summarize that and then we'll talk about plugins. At the end of the day, Trooper Bukhenik has been rehomed to a desk job, and the application process is open for a new sergeant at Norfolk DA's. I imagine that they are going to need quite a few new troopers at Norfolk DA's office to fill out that assignment, because it seems that while Trooper Tully was previously rehomed, Proctor was fired. I've seen people indicate that DeChico was also rehomed. I have not seen multiple sources on that, but I'm seeing that DeChico was rehomed, so put an asterisk on that. But if they have flushed out everyone that was at Norfolk DA's office, here's what it doesn't undo. It doesn't undo all the cases that they were on up until everyone got reassigned. So while it might start fresh now, all of the cases that are ongoing are going to be a problem. And the Norfolk DA's office is going to have a lot of work to do in the next few years to deal with all of those cases. Well, next year and a half. I don't know what their volume of cases is like, but it's going to be a problem as those cases continue to move forward in their criminal process. Because I guarantee you, Trooper Bukhenik was lead investigator on numerous other cases before this reassignment that happened, what? Sunday, July, what day was Sunday? 6th? So what, effective July 7th, 2025? How many cases did Bukhenik handle? How many cases did Proctor handle between January of 2022 and July of 2025? It's going to be more than a few. So we're going to move on, but let's talk about this Chrome extension real quick because a lot of you had a question about it. So we're going to take a quick noodly moment to talk about this, and then we're going to go talk about Kouri Richins. So what plugin is this? I will have to look for hold on. Wait, where did it go? I was clicking it to try to find the name on my reader view because I have absolutely forgotten what the name of the Chrome extension is, but I will look for it. But the Chrome extension on the side has a whole bunch of different options. So you can customize the font, the size, the width, the height, the alignment of the text, etc. So it is been incredibly helpful. I'll go find the name in just a second. But It's been incredibly helpful. And then the bionic reading is what I used to change the font. And it weights the font more heavily at the beginning of the words. It makes it much easier for me to read. And then you can change the background as well. So we went into dark mode, but there's lots of different modes depending on what makes your brain happy. So you can pick which one works for you. I liked that one. Also, you can have it read it, which I love. So you can have it read. You can pick which language to read in. I think in settings, you can choose the speed, the pitch, the volume. So you can also have it read to you, which I think is fantastic for accessibility. So it's just fantastic. This was a free plugin. I have not paid for it. Let's see. I have no idea what the little picture thing does, but I think you can show or hide the pictures within the article. But I have no idea how that works. And then you can leave sticky notes on it, which is cool. So if you're reading and taking notes off of a thing, you can also leave stickies. I think it's great. I love it. It's been really helpful. Let me see exactly what the name of it is. I'm gonna have to go look at my extensions because I totally forgot what the name of the extension is. It's called Reader View, but I want to make sure that I can share you guys the link to it so it is the right one. But it is called Reader View. It is I use it for Chrome. It's in the Chrome store. Let me go find it in the Chrome store so I can give you guys a link to it. I've used it for a couple of weeks, so it's been great. I'll put the link down below as well. Let me get rid of this Post-it note. No, wait, why? No, get rid of the Post-its. No, I didn't want to get rid of reader mode. I wanted to get rid of the Post-its. I love the Post-its. I love this thing. I love this thing so much. So it has a paid mode, which I will probably pay for just to support the developers on it. But it is completely functional in the way I use it without paying for it. And I think that's fantastic. So let me go find the extension. It is Reader View. Let me go see if I can find a link to share Reader View with you. So Reader View, not reader mode, not read this, not Reader View in the Chrome store. And I have no idea how to share a link to the Chrome store. See my settings. Miguelina, do you mind looking for it? It's called Reader View. Let me see if I go to the Chrome web store. I don't know, you guys. I'm lucky at times that I manage to find things. Let's see. There we go. I found it. Let me see if I can share it. Oh, I can. There's a share link. I found it. There are times I get stuff handled and there are times I don't. So if you use Chrome can be a really heavy browser. It works well with my streaming software, but if they have it for Chrome, they might also have it for Firefox, Safari, and others. I love it. It is fantastic. So if you guys need that, I hope you enjoy it. The more I find things, the more I will share. Safari has its own reader mode. I really like how much you can customize this one to how you read, and it's fantastic. So I love this. Garboys and Gargoyles said, can't wait to see if this can be used on my students' Chromebooks. I hope so. It is a free plugin. So I hope you can. Let's see. Griffin T said that can't be right. That man is teaching standards and training. That's not what I took away from that. What I took away is that he has been moved to an administrative position within that division. So that's what I have taken away from that. That is a desk. He has been put onto a desk. All right. Are we ready to talk about... I prefer firefarts. Firefarts! Not firefarts. Who said firefarts are painful? Rescue Frank and Randy said. Yes, they would be. Yes, they would be. Joe Jersey said, so he's now a receptionist. He's doing administrative tasks on a desk. So we'll see what that looks like. He's supporting the needs of the office. They've put him somewhere where he can't cause problems. So, all right. Who said he's making dittos for the class? Y'all grew up the same way I did. Again, Emily always ends up fixing the copier, but when my kids were in school, there would be our teachers in California did not have nearly enough support. I could rant about teachers not having enough support and like add in nurses and a lot of the other professions that are most needed in the world that don't have enough support. But I'm not going to rant. I will just say that parents would go in for days to help the teachers, and making copies was one of the things that teachers simply did not always have time for, is making copies and like packets of stuff. So it was one of the things that when volunteering was needed, I was like, look, if you want me in a classroom full of first graders that are like frosting gingerbread houses, that might be a no for me. Like there's a lot of sensory stuff. Things are going to be sticky. And by things, I mean fingies. Like there's going to be a lot. But if you need me to go put my earbud in and make copies and staple everything and organize it, that I can do. Yeah, that I can do. I can make copies. I can't always handle sticky, sugary. I tried that once in kindergarten. I was like, oh, it'll be so sweet. The kids are frosting cookies. Wrong answer, Emily. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Wrong answer. That is not my sweet spot. Organizing, I got you. All right. Are we ready to talk about Kouri Richins? Law nerds, are you ready? I'm going to put up a, wait, I got distracted by chat. I love getting distracted by chat. I'm going to put up a poll in a second. Green-eyed Southern girl said, Emily, I used to be an office helper. I can still smell the ink from the 80s elementary school years. Yes, it is a distinct smell. For those of you that remember the mimeograph and the dittos, and when the copies were still warm, yes. Also, I didn't mind office help. Like when I would go to work with my dad was in education until he retired. When I would go to work with my dad, I loved everything school supplies, everything organization. I loved the radio. Emily, what? You loved being able to like click and talk to everybody? Shocking. But one of my favorite things, as we're having a trip down memory lane with Emily's life, because my mom was a flight attendant, there were times I have memories of me. I'm sure there were times my brother was with us, but we would go to sometimes the football games with my dad, depending on when and where. And my dad was working football games as administrators do by the time he was an admin, and quite busy working football games. So we would hang with the band. And it was some of my favorite memories being a kid and just getting to hang with the band kids in high school. And my dad being like, okay, stay with the band. Don't go anywhere. You can eat what they eat. And the band director would just welcome us into the band, and we would get to sit. Emily, was your little like 8-year-old self being like, let me go sit with the drum line? 100%. 100%. I wonder if most kids my age would have been like, where are the cheerleaders? I want to hold pom-poms. I was like, give me drumsticks. I want to go sit with the band. Immediately, yes. First of all, marching band kids are just a different breed. The way that they were so lovely, welcoming, kind, and a bunch of high school kids that are like, oh, great. It's our principal's kid. They were so sweet. And then years later, this story is not going to make me cry. Emily, we're good. Years later, I was at my kid's elementary school and ran into the band director that had worked with my dad for years. And I absolutely loved this man. He not only was an incredible human, but an incredible band director, but also funny as hell. I just loved him. And running into him was just as an adult, I hadn't seen him in like, I can't, 25 plus years. And so it was so wild. He was there picking up grandkids. It was such a delight to get to see him. And he and my dad had kept in touch over the years, but I hadn't as much. And I was just, my heart was so warm getting to see him. And it's one of the things I remember why I love band so much. And it's been really fun this summer getting, I'm going to get all emo, because it was just so delightful. But it's one of those things that's just, when you get detached from the things you love when you're younger and you don't get back into them, you forget how much you love it. And it's just been such a gift to jump back into that with Travis and remember how much, no, I'm all emo, how much I love this world and the people in it. So I told you I was going to get all gooey. It was just such a wonderful, just such wonderful memories growing up, and something that has been incredibly precious. I told you all it was going to be emo. Oh, am I out of Kleenex at my desk? Darn it. I went through like a box of tissues the other day trying to prep podcast. So again, getting reconnected with all of the things that you love is a really special and wonderful gift. I just said wonderful gift. It is a wonderful gift. Wonderful gift. And it's been really, really cool. I told you all we were not going to do the emo stuff. And here we are. I was talking about something else. Damn it. It just is. This is why we're not talking about Coburger today, because Emily needed a beat. But it's just been really incredible to get to reconnect with a space that means so much to me. And it's been really fun. So it's been, amidst everything going on this summer, that's been one of the things I'm never going to be able to stop talking about, because it just makes me so happy. I don't know how we got, the ADHD just did all the things. We got from making copies. Making copies. We got from office assistant and making copies to like me being a kid, getting to go do all the office supply school things with my dad and loving it, to getting to hang with the band growing up and it being one of my favorite things. Also, there was a time when I was like, Dad, I love being at school with you. I would love to be a teacher. And he would look at me and be like, I love you. I don't think you have the patience for teaching in this way. Attention to detail also, but I don't think you have the patience. He's 100% right. But, yeah, I would have always been in trouble. Aren't you supposed to grade papers? There's so much paperwork y'all have to do. Teachers, y'all have to do so much stuff. No, I would be awful. All the details I could never do. I don't know how y'all do it with the lesson plans and the grading and the therapy and emotional support and the smells. I don't know. Also, I don't think I could just watch kids sometimes kid at each other and take a breath. Like, I don't have chill. Okay. So, from band directors that touch our hearts to Kouri Richins. We just, all the things. Also, it's always funny to me when I go to, Emily, you said you were going to move on. I know. When I go to talk to, now I've gotten to the point where all the teachers at school are like young. I'm like, oh, y'all are young. Okay. I will keep in mind that in my brain, I am not as old as I actually am, but that's okay. I forget how sometimes nervous teachers get around the parents because I'm just me all the time. And so I'm like, oh my God, how y'all doing? And I forget that I'm in like parent mode. And I'm like, oh, sometimes I make everybody nervous. Sorry. I didn't mean to make anybody nervous. I got you. I'm not trying to make anybody nervous, but I forget sometimes that teachers are just like, oh my God, parents. Though I get it. Like, I get why parents are terrifying. I just forget that sometimes I am also the parent. And then I'm like, oh, that's right. My bad. All right. Are we, is it time? Is it time to move on? It is. It is. Sandra D said, EDB, no to sticky kids, but yes to sticky adults at a DMB concert. Yes. Yes. Frosting on cookies, no. Spilled drinks, I will manage. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite, but Dave plays in the summer and we get to deal with it. Brandy, parents make teachers nervous. Also, I get that teachers never know. Like, they just don't know if you're friendly or not. It's why, like, they just don't know. I was going to give a really bad analogy about a dog, but you know, you never know if it's friendly or if it's going to bite. You just don't know. And some parents are just, I mean, not the law nerds, but some parents just are not cool with teachers. And sometimes you got to put your foot down. It's hard. Adulting is hard. All right. So you have to kind of feel it out. I forget that sometimes because I just get enthusiastic. What was fantastic though, last story, and then we're talking about Kouri Richins, I swear. What was fantastic though is during my son's freshman year, we were at, I think, a Winter Guard event. And look, his band director, I fucking adore. I think his band director is wonderful. He has had such a positive impact on, I know, my kiddo's life. I know he's had a positive impact on the friends, I'm sure, on everyone that's in band. But he is a band director. Like, there are days that Travis would come home from band camp and be like, we did okay. And I was like, that's high praise. I remember when Travis came home, like the first time their band director smiled, like freshman year, he's like, he smiled. And I was like, holy shit. You guys are on track for a good year. If during summer band camp, there was actually a smile, one smile, there was a smile. True form band director. I think he's fantastic. And so I am generally fairly sociable. I will always say hello and what have you. Great show. Love it. All the things. During winter, after winter break, band director came up and was like, so, and I was like, immediately like, what did my child do? Or what did I do? What did my child do? So I was like, yes. And he's like, I went home for winter break, and it seems that many of my personal friends watch your YouTube channel. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry. You didn't get to go home for winter break and then hear about me? He's like, yes. I went home for winter and got asked a lot about whether or not your child was in my band, because I'm a band director in the area where you live. And my friends were like, is that your band? And he's like, so we need to get a selfie to send to my friends. I was like, well, 100% get a selfie to send to your friends. And he's like, I didn't know what you did. I'm like, right. Why should you? You teach like 17 different music classes during the day. And there's like band and marching band and concert band and prep. There's all the bands you teach all day long. There's not a chance in your day that you're putting on YouTube to watch a trial. Like, when would you have time for that? He's like, I don't think I watch YouTube at all. I'm like, but your friends do. So now I get smiles regularly, which I adore. I think our band director is fantastic. I've had a great experience with it, but you know how much I love band. Okay, now we will move on. Joe, we'll get to this during questions. We'll get to this at questions. But it was like the 6 degrees of YouTube stuff is really fun. Speaking of 6 degrees of YouTube stuff, hold on, where is it? That's not it. We're not paging Dr. B today. Oh, I have it in here somewhere. Where did I put it? I rearranged these because I'm like, they'll be easier to find.
Do it.
I'm wrong. There it is.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
We need to talk about Kouri Richins, right? And I think the prosecutor in this case is a law nerd. So just to be cheeky, hello, Mr. Bloodworth. For those of you that are new, I meant to put up a poll. For those of you that are new, we're going to put up a poll. I'm going to ask if you're familiar with this case. The walk the dog letter, the luxury prisons for rich people. I'm just putting up, are you familiar with this case? Yes or no? Because some of you are new. I love new law nerds. You are welcome here. I just want to know how much background we need of this case as I go into talking about it. So I'm putting up a poll so that if all of you are like, girl, no, get onto it. I'm not boring you, but a lot of you have not heard of this case. Okay. We'll give a little bit more background in A Road So Far. And then we will get back there. Annie in the chat said, I love it when EDB gets sidetracked. It's been a minute since we've had time to get sidetracked. It's been so busy. We just haven't had time. Let's give a little bit of background to the Kouri Richins case, shall we? Kouri Richins was arrested a year after her husband passed away. She has now been charged with his murder and his attempted murder. And today we are going over a whole bunch of new charges, and we're going to talk about those. This case is in Utah. The judge in Utah is a delight. This case, when I saw the initial headlines, I was like, what in the heck are they talking about? Because the news often positions her as a children's book author. Why? Because after her husband died, she wrote a book about grief, a children's book about grief. She was promoting that book when she was arrested for his murder. It seems to me in hindsight now that the reason it took so long to arrest her is because it took them quite a while to get into her phone, and the information in her phone is really what solidified the arrest in this case. He died from an overdose of fentanyl. It seems that it's being charged and alleged that that was not willfully ingested and that she poisoned him with fentanyl. The messages from her phone indicate not only that she was procuring that illegally, but that she needed something stronger after the first time, and that is the attempted murder charge. It's alleged that she poisoned a breakfast sandwich on Valentine's Day, and then she went to her paramour's house. And I am using the word paramour because that's what all the legal filings use, but she went to her side piece's house, and her husband was at home feeling very unwell, and she's like, maybe you should just lay down and rest. We'll see if it gets better. He did not pass away that day. He made some statements of distress to his friends as he was feeling ill. We will see testimony when we get to trial about that. The prosecution has alluded to testimony from medical experts that will say the things he was describing via text message and otherwise are consistent with fentanyl and becoming sick from fentanyl. And then about 2 weeks later is when he passed away from the fentanyl overdose that she is now being charged with. And there is some back and forth about whether or not she put that in a Moscow Mule or some other type of drink, but it was dosed into something that he was given. When law enforcement showed up at the house, I think the thing that made them curious is generally when there are ODs, there are indicia of use of whatever the thing is around the person. And that was not in this case. There was nothing around that would indicate what had happened to him. And it wasn't until the coroner's report came back that showed it was like 5 times a fatal dose of fentanyl that was in his system. So she then writes a children's book about grief. She's on book tour. She gets arrested. It comes out that she is Googling things like luxury prisons for rich people. Yes, your phones will tell on you. It comes out that she is texting with the paramour side piece that, you know, this will all be better. Just wait till Friday. When do you think her husband died? Oh, yes. It was the overnight to Friday. So as we jumped into this case, we watched together, and it's listed on the playlist for this case, the bail hearing. Her sister-in-law testified at the bail hearing. Eric Richins, the deceased in this case, had put his finances, bank accounts, and what have you into a trust. Kouri Richins was not the trustee for that trust. The sister of the victim was in charge of that trust. When Kouri Richins found out that she was not inheriting everything, including the house, which was in his name only and was before they were married, she lost her shit and actually throat punched her sister-in-law. This was testified to during the bail hearing, over getting into Eric Richins' safe where money and weapons were kept, etc. So it's my understanding that the children have been placed with the husband's family, one of his sisters. There are numerous civil lawsuits going on over the estate of Eric Richins. I imagine we will see the divorce attorney in some way testify about setting up the trust, and that Kouri Richins did not know that if Eric Richins died, everything wouldn't go to her. In the prenup, and we have seen in the preliminary hearing testimony regarding the prenuptial agreement that the two had, that if they divorced, she was not entitled to his business, she was not entitled to the house, etc. But if he died while they were still married, she was entitled to his half of his business that he was running with a business partner. She was entitled to his 50%, among other things. So there seems to be a strong financial motive in this case that we are going to get into today. That's what's being alleged. She was girl bossing, house flipping, and the allegations are that she was substantially in debt with that. And the only way to really right the ship financially, it seems she thought, or it's alleged that she thought, was to, take out mortgages against his home, because it was not in her name, it was his home, and take over half his business and what have you. So there are quite a lot of civil lawsuits going on. There was a substantial amount of debt. So there is a financial component to this that is almost Murdaugh-like without the clients involved. And then there's the walk the dog letter, and this all got litigated early on in the case about whether the walk the dog letter is telling a witness what to say or not. We'll get into that walk the dog letter a little bit later. I think we'll probably have time. So Kouri Richins has been charged with murder, attempted murder, and a number of other charges, including the financial crimes. Early on in the case, procedurally, some of those charged crimes were separated out by the court, saying that these aren't going to come in at trial. So the court limited what will be seen at trial on the original indictment. So for trial, the original indictment had mortgage fraud claims, forgery claims. Those were severed out of the case. So this indictment has some of that in it. So when she goes to trial in February 2026, she is going to face aggravated murder charges, aggravated attempted murder charges, and false fraudulent insurance claim charges that were right around the time of death. The court took the mortgage fraud and forgery charges for the most part out of the case that's going to trial. And so we now have a second indictment that is bringing back in the forgery, the fraud, and some of the other money. So we're going to see that all now because we're going to look at that new indictment. Remember, there was a day when we got out of court a little bit early in the Karen Reed case, and I attended the hearing in the Kouri Richins case. I covered that on the Emily show. We will link it on the Kouri Richins playlist because we can link videos across channels, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. But this case has a very long history, and every time there's a new filing, there's new information. And prosecutor Bloodworth plus Judge Voice plus the rest of it, this case has gone forward fairly normally. The attorneys work pretty well together. When the attorneys say, hey, Your Honor, we're going to take an appeal on this, the judge goes, okay, well, we'll set a new date. Like everything just proceeds very regularly. The attorneys all do their job, but seem to work together in the way that they need to. They're adversarial in court, but when it comes to setting dates, they all deal with setting dates, etc. So that is, it's a nice, I hate to say it's a nice case to watch. It's a really sad case, but it's nice to see the professional, collegial, just normal proceedings of a case, which is one of the things I like about watching this case in court, is that the attorneys are all just lawyering well. The judge listens to everyone and makes his rulings in a timely way with explanation, with respect. The lawyers clearly respect the judge. The judge clearly respects the lawyers. It is welcome to me to watch a case that is proceeding in a very respectful, ordinary, and usual way. There's been evidentiary issues that have come up, and at times the DA has said, you know what, we're not fighting on this one. We're going to fight on those. It's just been nice to see a case proceed, well, appropriately. And I hate using the word appropriate because it would imply others are inappropriate, and legally that's not accurate, but just without sensationalism. It is a very ordinary proceeding. I've overexplained way too much, but it is nice to see how smoothly this court operates. And the judge and the attorneys are all, I think, credited by their professionalism in this case. The facts of the case are wild and sad. And in the last hearing that I attended, as we talked about the last time I covered this case, there seemed to be indications from the defense that they wanted to keep enough time in the trial. Should Kouri Richins testify, they indicated that it's very likely that Kouri Richins will testify. So I think when this goes to trial in February 2026, that we will see perhaps Kouri Richins deciding to testify. And that will be interesting because the walk the dog letter is straight wild. So let's take a look first at, hopefully that's enough background for everybody who's like, girl, what is this case? Yes, that. A really, really sad case, and the financial motives just, it's frustrating, right? Okay, let's take a look at this last court order, because this last court order gives us some of the dates. And for those of you that are like 2026, that feels forever. It's February 2026. This case is going to happen faster than you know. Faster than you know. Maria, I'm going to save this for Q&A. Hold on. Maria asked about her first attorney leaving. We do know that. Lindsay, no need to apologize. The interlocutory appeal is over. I covered that on the Emily Show. I'll link it to this because the Emily Show does live on a separate YouTube channel. So I'll link it in the playlist for the Kouri Richins case. But procedurally, Kouri Richins had an appeal pending on the change of venue motion. That appeal was not taken up by the court. So it's not really denied. It wasn't taken up by the court. And the change of venue was not granted. So they are going to go to trial in February. It's going to happen very quickly by the time we get there. So let's see. This is the last court order. This is from June 19th. This is from the hearing from June 13th. Charges, as you will see, all of these charges are here. Some of these are severed out for trial. So aggravated murder, attempted criminal homicide, which is like aggravated attempted murder, mortgage fraud, false fraudulent insurance claim, forgeries. Not all of these are going to be tried together. That's what severed out means. It's like, okay, you charged all these things. These are going to go in a separate case. The court will reset the jury trial in this matter. The parties are to meet and confer about filing deadlines for motions in limine. The 4 pending matters that have already been submitted for hearing, expert witnesses, and jury instructions within the next 2 weeks. The parties are also to discuss which of the following days work for potential hearings and then give the court dates. The court will be back in court on August 1st at 3:30 via WebEx. And then the court has scheduled when they are starting jury selection, which the court had said February 11th. They scheduled it February 10th, but they're going to do jury selection. Trial should start February 25th, I believe. 23rd, I stand corrected. And then trial, they anticipate running through the beginning of March. So they set forward all the trial dates. There will be no court on Fridays. They hope that the trial is done by March 26th. So that is the goal. So we will see what access to this trial will look like, but we're going to make it work. One way or another, we're going to find a way to watch this trial because now I'm invested, like all the way invested. So after the last hearing on June 13th, ahead of the next hearing on August 1st, the prosecution, Mr. Bloodworth, filed new charges in a separate indictment. These are not going to be tried with the homicide case. These are going to be tried separately. Remember, we were the first ones that told you when the new trial dates were. Everybody else took like a week. I know. Occasionally we get things first. So let's go take a look at this new indictment and look at all the new charges. The indictments in Utah actually give a bit of a factual basis at the end. So we will look at that factual basis, which is why I gave so much background on this case, because when we get to the factual basis, there will be quite a lot more. So Scorpion said still a long way out. It doesn't feel like a long way out to me with how much we have to get between this. I thought this one was sooner. Scorpion, you're not wrong. This was originally set for trial in May of this year. When the motion for change of venue was denied, they wanted time to appeal it. And that was in April of this year that they asked for an appeal. The court stayed the proceedings, or like game off car, paused the proceedings while that appeal was pending. That appeal was not taken up during the course of the case. So the court said, okay, game on, and then had to find a trial date and had to set aside enough time. And the court at the last hearing gave a pretty thorough explanation of how much time it takes for jury services in a high profile case, particularly to send out all the jury questionnaires, to get all those questionnaires back, and to let the attorneys have time to go through the questionnaires, do their initial kicks for cause before they even bring in a veneer. Though the court in this case does say venery, so a veneer, a venery, a whatever. M in the chat said her original lawyer quit. Her original lawyer had a conflict. So her original lawyer was conflicted out. I'm moving my coffee. Her original lawyer was conflicted out, and now she has court-appointed counsel who's been doing, all of their motions in this case. Court-appointed counsel also has a federal trial pending, and the court was very mindful of the jurors with how long this case will be, trying to find a time for this to go to trial when the jurors aren't going to be immediately interrupted. So once we got past when the defense attorneys have trial coming up, it put us into January, and the court's like, okay, well, January is like the worst time in Utah to call jurors in. So if we get beyond like ski week to January 25th and start the trial, then we can get this trial done like between ski week and spring break. So the court was very mindful of the jurors and of the school schedules in the area. So there will be like a midwinter break in February, and this trial is going to start after that break for the district schools before spring break. So the court's like, we have this period of time, midwinter break to spring break, go. That's when we have trial. The court schedule also booked because the court had bumped numerous trials to make room for this trial. So then when this trial got bumped, the court can't really go to the attorneys and be like, excuse me, can you be ready faster? Can you do this now? Because the lawyers, when their trials bump, Then they're like, okay, well, if this trial bumped, then I'm going to go to trial on this one. So it's like a game of fucking Jenga to get everybody's schedules and the court schedule to align to do a trial when you have this many attorneys. The defense has 3 or 4 lawyers regularly working on the defense team, and the prosecution team has 2 or 3 lawyers regularly on the team plus the court schedule. So it's like fucking Jenga. So anyway, the court was very mindful of everyone's schedule. So that's why when the trial got reset, it got reset for February. And I don't think it's going to bump again. I think everybody's going to be ready in February. Pat Rogeny, I think. Utah and here in my county, we do not have ski week. Must be a Park City thing. Look, Southern California had a ski week, but Middle Tennessee also has a midwinter break. So I don't know. Schools have a break in February. All districts are different, but maybe it is just a Park City thing, but there is a ski week. So let's continue on. Because this case, patron gay, our patron gay, we will take it. It's always Pride Month up here with the law nerds. We will take it either way. Our patron saint. I'm here for it. Lyndon, thank you for the smile. I can't separate words, especially when they're all together. Sometimes it makes it really hard for me to read screen names, and I apologize for that. Pink Wren asked, "Is she on bail or in custody?" Oh, she's in custody. When we get to the walk the dog letter, we will talk more about that. But if you are not caught up on this case and you're like, Emily, we're not in trial, what are we going to watch? Go to this playlist and watch some of the hearings from this case. You'll love the judge. I promise. You look, law nerds. Emily, you keep interrupting yourself. Law nerds. All of you have earned time in this judge's court. Look, it is so refreshing to see a judge that is just like, thank you for the argument. Thank you for this. This is what we're going to do. There's just competence abounds. It's just so delightful. I just appreciate it. He's also, he's delightful. Chat will fill you in. I'm going to remain respectful in hopes that this judge will not hate the coverage of this case. So I will remain respectful. We stand the competence. The beard and the voice are just bonuses. They're bonuses to the judge making reasoned rulings, not sniping at the attorneys, not getting into petty slap fights, like proverbially with them. It's lovely to see. And it's so much less stressful for all of us. And we all deserve a case where the judge is just being the judge. So let's take a look at the new information. I think I earlier called it an indictment. This has not gone to preliminary hearing. This has not gone to grand jury. So this is more of a complaint. It is not yet proven up. So this is the beginning. Lori, I'm going to save this till we get to Q&A and we'll talk about it sooner. State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. I, the undersigned prosecutor, Mr. Bloodworth, states on information and belief that the defendant either directly or as a party committed the crimes of. We're going to end the poll now. 32% of you had not heard of this case yet. Welcome to the Kouri Richins case. Mortgage fraud on June 29th, 2021. I am not going to read the elements for each crime because we're going to get the story at the end. So mortgage fraud, June 29th, 2021. Mortgage fraud, August 2nd, 2021. Mortgage fraud, August 12th, 2021. Mortgage fraud, October 13th, 2021. Mortgage fraud, November 23rd, 2021. Forgery, June 29th, 2021. And if you're noticing these dates, mortgage fraud and forgery are two separate things with two separate elements, but they can be combined to do a thing. Like you forge a name to get the mortgage, that can be both forgery and mortgage fraud, and you can be charged by both. They're different actions. So, lying or defrauding a lender, different than forging a document a signature, a bank record, what have you. But you'll see that these dates line up together. So forgery, June 29th, 2021, forgery, August 2nd, 2021, forgery, August 12th, 2021, forgery, October 13th, 2021, forgery, November 23rd, 2021, issuing a bad check from August 28th, 2021, issuing a bad check from October 12th, 2021, issuing a bad check from November 11th, 2021. If you're like, is issuing a bad check a crime? Yes. Issuing a bad check November 12th, 2021, issuing a bad check December 20th, 2021, issuing a bad check December 20th, 2021, then on December 22nd, 2021, and then money laundering. We're now on charge 18. Emily, how many charges? We're on charge 18. Money laundering between August 27th and 28th, 2021. Money laundering between October 12th and 14th, 2021. Money laundering between November 10th and 16th, 2021. Money laundering between November 10th and 16th, 2021. Money laundering December 23rd, 2021. Money laundering December 23rd, 24th, 2021. Money laundering December 24th, 2021. That was up to count 24. We're now on to count 25. Communications fraud. January 11th, 2022. Pattern of unlawful activity. January 29th, 2021 and March 3rd and 4th, 2022 in Summit County. Pattern of unlawful activity is charge 26, alleging that between, on or about June 29th and March 3rd and 4th in Summit County, the defendant did commit prohibited conduct concerning a pattern of unlawful activity by receiving proceeds derived, whether directly or indirectly, from a pattern of unlawful activity in which the defendant has participated as a principal. So, 26 new charges for Kouri Richins. But different than the Murdaugh case, some of the charges in the murder case, the judge pulled out. So it's not going to be a fraud trial and a murder trial together. There will be some information about forgery and fraud in the murder trial, but not nearly as much as we saw in the Murdaugh case. The judge has limited it substantially. Background. Let's read the probable cause statement. We learn so much from these, don't we? Rexy Moto said, wait, these are new? Yes. 26 new charges from just the end of June. We didn't get to them yet because once we got to the Karen Reed verdict, I took a breath and then Koberger. Just all over the place. So I have been holding on to this like this until we had a chance to talk about it. So, and I've only seen like 2 or 3 local papers cover it. 26 new charges. Background. The defendant, Kouri Richins, met Eric Richins in 2009 while she was working as a cashier at Home Depot. They had a child in 2012 and married in 2013. At the time of the marriage, Eric Richins and his business partner owned a successful stonemasonry business called C&E Stonemasonry LLC. Look, I have absolutely no beef with working at Home Depot to meet people who work with their hands. I have no problem with that. I got a solid plan. I loved working at a sporting goods store because everybody came in to do all the sporting things. And there were guys that worked in like the ski shop and stuff. I loved it. So yeah, I have no problem with that. It's a solid strategy. This did not go well, but I love it. I also love the Home Depot. The Home Depot near me has the best gardening section. We'll talk about my garden later. Emily, have you been nerding about plants? Yes. And then I text my friend Kevin at Epic Gardening, and I'm just like, I have decided I need an entirely goth garden and everything is black and purple. And he's like, I love this for you. Are we doing anything that we can like grow and eat? I'm like, yes, we'll get there later. The defendant met Eric Richins in 2009 while she was working as a cashier at the Home Depot. This is new information to me. They had a child in 2012 and married in 2013. I imagine, depending on their community, this was a bit of a scandalous situation. At the time of the marriage, I am not scandalized, by the way, but I'm just giving commentary. At the time of the marriage, Eric Richins and his business partner owned a successful stonemasonry business called C&E Stonemasonry. There were times when we were talking about the Karen Reed case, when we were talking about like D&E pizza, that this would get stuck in my head. And I'm like, I can't. But C&E Stonemasonry, Eric and the defendant entered into a premarital agreement, or PMA. I will sometimes use prenuptial agreement interchangeably. Same. But he and his business partner had a very successful stonemasonry business, and I imagine that they were incredibly busy as Utah was growing. During the premarital agreement, prenuptial agreement, defendant, quote, released and relinquished all right, claim, or interest in C&E Stonemasonry LLC. Not legal advice, life advice. Life advice. If you are in a business partnership and anyone in the business partnership gets married, you have to have legal protections. No matter how much you like the spouse, people get weird and do weird shit that you can never predict at the beginning. You have to protect yourself. If you are in a business partnership, you need lots of legal protections. Just warning, lots and lots of legal protections. I'm sure you have lived, some of you, through this, when you think everything's going to be fine and then people go off the rails. This is one of the hardest areas of laws to practice, dealing with family law. I don't know how people do it. It is incredibly stressful, and everything is fine until it's not. And then it's really, really not. But that's my PSA for today. Thank you to all the family lawyers out there doing the work that I'm not patient enough for. So Eric Richins did the right thing, right? Protect the business. If there's ever a divorce, if spouse ever goes off the rails, you protect yourself and your business partner. And that's what they did. The PMA further provides that the defendant shall, and we've read this a couple times because we have it in some of the civil lawsuits we've gone over, shall have no right or claim to the business, except that if Eric Richins should die prior to the defendant while the two are lawfully married. Defendant owns 50% of his business. Business partner owns 50% of the business. If Eric Richins predeceases, all of you who've done law study are like, if Eric Richins predeceases Kouri Richins while they are married, then she gets the partnership interest in the business. So it transfers to her. In early 2019, defendant used power of attorney to obtain a $250,000 home equity line of credit, or HELOC, on Eric Richins' premarital home without his knowledge. Eric Richins owned the home before Kouri Richins and he were together. It was his personal property. It did not get commingled into the marriage, so it remained his home that she did not have rights to. But she used a power of attorney to take out a $250,000 home equity line of credit on the home without his knowledge. Where did she get the power of attorney, you're asking? We're going to keep reading. Because remember all those forgery counts? Keep that question in mind. On April 26, 2019, the defendant formed K. Richins Realty LLC for the purpose of selling and buying real estate. Defendant was the sole member of the company. Defendant used the proceeds from the HELOC to fund her company and then hard money loans to finance the ongoing operations. Ma'am. Took out a home equity line of the marital home that he didn't know, used that $250,000 to fund her business, and then hard money loans. Eric Richins first learned of the HELOC in October 2020. Here's just a, I hate having to give this note, but I have to give this note. You have to know what's going on with your money. It is, I think, a sign of respect and trust to have open communication about finances. I have a few asterisks to that, but if you are in a partnership, you need to have open communications about money. If you cannot have open communications about money, it is the reddest of red flags for me, because you can end up in a circumstance where all kinds of shit goes sideways. The only asterisk on that would be if you are planning on scooting and you need to keep stuff separate for you so you can scoot, that's a whole different circumstance. But if you are in a partnership, you have to have open communication about money. And it is hard. A lot of us struggle to have open communication about money, weren't raised with open communication about money. You have to have open communication about money. I have seen way too many circumstances where people get blindsided by money stuff. It's awful. So Eric didn't know. When Eric found out, big red flag for Eric, right? Big red flag for him that, what do you mean? And again, if she is handling all of the finances, which it's not uncommon that in a partnership, one person will handle that more, but it still has to be open and accessible to everyone. So he finds out about the HELOC, and that seems to be one of the first red flags. The secret origination and continued existence of the HELOC was a source of tension between defendant and Eric. I imagine so. The fuck, you're taking out money against my house without telling me? No. Siren said, I thought Eric knew about this and helped her start the business. This is new. I think the story from her was that Eric helped her. The allegations are not. Iona said, what's a HELOC? A home equity line of credit. If you have a house that is valued at a certain amount, your mortgage is less than that amount, there is equity in that house, and you can take out loans generally at, well, the interest rates are a whole different conversation, but you can take out loans against that equity. And that is the home equity line of credit. Defendant Kouri informed Eric that she would repay the loan and led Eric to believe that she had repaid it. The HELOC was not paid off on the day of Eric Richins' death. On October 13th, 2020, Eric Richins consulted an estate planning lawyer. Eric Richins informed his lawyer that he wanted to protect himself in the short term and recently discovered an ongoing abuse and misuse of his finances by defendant. Went to a lawyer, tried to set up some protections. So he wanted to protect himself and his 3 children in the long term by ensuring that the defendant would never be able to manage his property after his death. The reason we have this information coming forward after his death is because it was disclosed by the lawyer. On November 3rd, Eric Richins executed several estate planning instruments. This is 2020, including a healthcare directive, durable power of attorney, pour-over will, and the Eric Richins Living Trust. For all of you that are like, Emily, are we going to get into wills, estates, and trusts today? What's a pour-over trust? It's not super relevant for our purposes, but these are all financial planning assets to do exactly what he indicated that his goal was, which was to protect himself in the short term and protect his 3 children from defendant's use of the finances. On November 3rd, 2020, Eric Richins executed several estate planning instruments. We just went over those: durable power of attorney, pour-over will, and the living trust. In each of these instruments, he appointed his sister, Kouri Richins Benson, his agent, fiduciary, or trustee. Excuse me, to the intentional and purposeful exclusion of the defendant. So it will be stated in these documents that I am not just ignoring that I have a spouse. I did not write these before I had a spouse. I am aware that I have a spouse. I do not want my spouse in charge of these things. I am choosing purposefully and intentionally to exclude spouse as the one in charge of this. The trustee is the sister, Kouri Richins Benson, who testified at the bond hearing. Also, side note on that, when we covered, I think it was the suppression hearings, the evidentiary suppression hearings, we were listening to some audio. I think it was body cam audio, but I don't exactly remember. But we were listening to audio where Kouri Richins was pulled over outside of her home while they were executing search warrants at her home. And she was like, is this because my sister, she referred to her sister-in-law as her sister, is this because my sister is trying to take my house? First of all, not her house, but what have you. But are they trying to take my house? So there was a lot of conversation about that. The reason there was conversation about that when she got pulled over as the search warrants were being executed at the house is because her sister-in-law is in charge of all of the estate, including the house, because it was not marital property. It was separate property of Eric Richins, the decedent. In each of these instruments, Eric Richins appointed his sister, Kouri Richins Benson, in charge of all of the things. He transferred his home and his interest in the company into the trust. Eric Richins removed the defendant as the beneficiary from a $500,000 life insurance policy on his life and designated the trust as the beneficiary. So he took Kouri, spouse, off of all of this. This is the type of strategic planning you see before oftentimes there is a separation or divorce. So taking control of his assets first. Notice that it does not indicate anywhere that he was taking control of like the joint family bank account, the joint family savings accounts. This is him taking control of and protecting, from my perspective, all of his own separate property. His life insurance, his company, his home. Those are all things owned by him separately. Now, moving joint assets would raise a lot of eyebrows for me, but that's not what's happening here, just so we're clear. The defendant did not understand this estate plan until after Eric Richins' death. It's not that she didn't understand it. It's she didn't know. Like intentionally didn't know. She didn't know. That's actually harder to see. I'm going to leave this way. She didn't know. There's a reason she didn't know. In the 5 months prior to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins Realty realized $170,000 in revenue, while its monthly debt service exceeded $250,000. I'm going to say that again. And to the one person in the comments, it's like, girl, you repeat yourself. This bears repeating. Yeah, Kouri didn't know. 100% Kouri didn't know. Don't tell Kouri. Kouri was the one that had the side piece. We'll get there, I'm sure. In 5 months, her company had $170,000 in revenue over 5 months. The monthly debt, every month, the monthly debt service exceeded $250,000. I'm going to break that down just a little bit more. You know how credit cards really just kind of fuck everybody on. Wait, somebody's trying to start drama in the chat. Hold on. Oh no, that's an immediate yeet. I shouldn't say it out loud because it gives people the attention that they want, but it's so funny when it happens. Hold on, give me 1 sec, y'all. I never get to go through and do it. Thank you, moderators. I appreciate it. When I catch it, it's always so weird when people try to start drama. But the debt, it's when you guys are like, damn, I missed it. Of course you did. The mods are on it 100%. And they get spammed, like they get blocked by spam. But I can see it in the moderation side, so I can just block people, which makes it easy. So you guys don't, I know. We just like, I just talked it out loud because sometimes the mods are like, wait, what'd you do? And I'm like, sometimes I just go in and hit the hide from channel on my own because I never get to because it's rare. So thank you, moderators. No, it's Sarah. It's just people. It's not drama. It's people coming in for nonsense. So we don't put up with that kind of nonsense. But we were in the middle of talking about how staggering this is. For those of you that look at like credit cards with the exorbitant and usurious, my opinion, rates, and you see that how much you pay, like the minimum payment is we could talk about student loans too, but the minimum payment is the debt servicing amount to keep the debts from going into being past due or defaulted. So every month, the debt servicing, the minimum payments on all the different loans were $250,000 a month. The minimum payments to service all the debt. It's insane. It's insane. So the reason I'm breaking it down is just because this is just a staggering amount. Eddie said, how do you have a loss of $216,000 a month every month for 5 months? I actually think Eddie Irene, that the loss was more than that because it was $170,000 of revenue over 5 months total, but $250,000 of debt servicing a month. So this is the combined minimum payments of all of the debt the company owed every single month. So $250,000 a month per month. But the income was wild. And so if all of you were like, how did she even have this many loans? Y'all remember we have like 10 counts of mortgage fraud, right? Like 10 counts of mortgage fraud. Remember like 10 counts. Remember all the mortgage fraud. And for all of you who are like, who can sleep with this much money? I don't know. The monthly debt servicing is $250,000 per month. It was borrowed from over 25 lenders to support itself and service its debt obligations. So it's like digging the hole and just keep digging. Just keep on digging. Despite Kouri Richins Realty Company's existing debt and insufficient revenue, defendant continued to use hard money loans to purchase 3 additional properties in November 2021. This is chasing the money to try to get even. Like, or chasing the rare labubu. This is just throwing money into a pile and lighting it on fire, being like, eventually it'll pay back out. Probably not. This. Michelle said, how did she get approved for more? Remember, Michelle, all the mortgage fraud that they're alleging here. Kelly said, wait. Her monthly house payments cost as much as my entire house. Kelly, there are lots of houses involved because she is in a real estate like flipping situation. And so this is the minimum payment on the loans. The minimum payment on the loans. Trying to get back even. 25 lenders. And even with all this debt, she took out loans to purchase 3 more properties in November 2021. When the defendant closed on the 3 properties on November 30th, 2021, she added $1.1 million in high interest debt to her already staggering and unserviceable debt load. Well, call one of the experts from Aperture and just explain distributing the load to her. She improperly distributed the load. This debt load is not being distributed anywhere. Also, if you're like, Emily, why do you want to talk about the money so much? Remember, for those of you that are new here, one of my favorite things as a prosecutor, everybody has different kinds of cases they like doing. Financial cases were mine. Emily, but you hate math. Right. I don't like math. But forensic accountants are the experts and they are fascinating. B, I like the tea. And you want to know where the tea lives? In the money shit. So when you are looking at fraud crimes, financial crimes, you are digging through people's bank accounts and you get to know what people are up to looking at where the money's going. So you want to talk about being nosy, the money crimes. So mortgage fraud, money laundering, tax fraud, right up my alley. The paper cases made me happy. Loved those. It was the little realm of prosecution that were the cases I enjoyed very much. And most prosecutors hated them. So they were like, Emily, this case has 4 boxes. It looks like a lot of bank records. That's going to be for you. Look, follow the money. It's just about being nosy. All the tea lives in the bank accounts. And you just follow the money. The money doesn't just fucking disappear. It goes somewhere. Atlantic City. It's recirculating. So, unserviceable debt load is where we left off. By the day, let's see, what day are we on? November 30th. We're at November 30th, 2021. November 30th, 2021, she adds $1.1 million in high interest debt to the staggering unserviceable debt load. November 30th, 2021. She had already defaulted on one loan and was delinquent on several others. So the crumbling is beginning. We saw this in the Murdaugh case. The crumbling is beginning. Helena said, it could be in other cities by now. It's recirculating. So defaulted on one loan, delinquent on several others. She continued efforts to borrow from new high-interest lenders to meet her existing obligations. We'll talk about the lenders another day. Because the lenders are always like, it's going to be fine. By the end of 2021, the defendant stood on the precipice of total financial collapse. Mr. Bloodworth, it's a good turn of phrase. Here's the thing. Some lawyers in their writing are too heavy-handed. Like, it's too much all the time. Bloodworth kind of just sprinkles it in. There's a little hint of the snark, but also writes it like a story. You can feel the disaster impending. Unfortunately, financial collapse is not where this story ends. On December 23rd, 2021, defendant contracted to purchase an unfinished mansion in Midway, Utah, using $2.9 million in high interest debt due in 6 months. So the world is starting to collapse financially. And she's like, you know what? You know what would make this house of cards more stable? Plunk more debt on the top with an unfinished mansion that in no way is ready to be flipped. Oh boy. And that debt came fully due in 6 months. So even though she lacked the financial ability to service the additional debt, refinance the debt, rehabilitate the property, or otherwise dispose of the property, right? If you don't have any money left, how are you going to finish the house or flip it or sell it? The defendant was scheduled to close on the property on March 4th, 2022, the day of Eric Richins' death. She ultimately closed on it the next day. On the day of Eric Richins' death, K. Richins Realty owed hard money lenders at least $1.8 million, and the day after Eric Richins' death, it owed them nearly $5 million. At the time of Eric Richins' death, at least 3 insurance policies on Eric Richins' life existed, with an aggregate death benefits of $1.35 million to the defendant as the beneficiary. That's weird. That's suspicious. Where'd those come from? Where'd those come from? A 4th policy existed with a death benefit of $500,000. The defendant mistakenly believed that she was the beneficiary of that policy as well. Remember, that's the policy that he moved into the trust that his sister was in charge of. So they're alleging that Kouri Richins believed that there was almost $2 million in outstanding life insurance with death benefits, or I should say life insurance with death benefits of almost $2 million. So she owes about $5 million. They allege, believes that she's going to get almost $2 million in death benefits. They said a 5th policy existed that paid approximately $168,000 toward the balance of Eric Richins' mortgage. So whatever his house is worth, if that pays off the house, then it is house, death benefits from life insurance, and then business estate. At the time of his death, Eric Richins' estate was worth approximately $5 million. So when they lay it out like that, you can see why I compared it a little bit to the Murdaugh. The defendant, her family, K. Richins Realty, and C&E banked with America First Credit Union. The defendant also had a personal checking account with Navy Federal Credit Union, which included a $15,000 credit line. The defendant submitted a falsified bank statement to Iron Bridge Financial in support. Forge! No, Iron Bridge. It's not a forge, it's an Iron Bridge. Iron Bridge Financial in support of a mortgage loan application, counts 1, 6, and 26. On July 7th, the defendant, on behalf of K. Richins Realty, entered a mortgage loan with Iron Bridge Financial. On June 29th, 2021, in support of the loan application, the defendant submitted a purported America First statement for K. Richins Realty dated May 31st, 2021, showing an account balance of $210,898.61. K. Richins Realty's actual America First financial statement on May 31st, 2021, shows an account balance of $15,000, $609.93. C&E, husband's company, C&E's America First statement dated May 31st, 2021, shows an account balance of $210,898.61. She is alleged to have swapped these statements so that the balance from C&E's showed that it's K. Richins Realty. Like literally cut and paste. And they talked about this in the preliminary hearing and in the bond hearing. So when we're talking about the mortgage fraud, forgery, count 26, I think, is one of the money laundering counts. These are all coming from this transaction. They go on to allege the transaction descriptions listed on the purported statement that the defendant submitted in support of the mortgage loan application are identical to the transaction descriptions listed on C&E's statement. The purported statement the defendant submitted is comprised of the header of K. Richins Realty's actual statement and the body of the C&E statement. Swap. On July 2nd, 2021, while processing the mortgage loan, an Iron Bridge representative noted to the defendant, "When I ran your credit, it was lower than I expected." Looks like there are some delinquencies with regards to a few credit cards. I was just a bit surprised by that. I know you have a lot of money in the bank to cover expenses. Hey, something's off. The Iron Bridge representative should have trusted their gut. 3 days later, defendant explained, quote, I recently learned about all of this as well, LOL. And then my husband tried to explain to me this was his doing a while ago. We are in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them. To keep it short and sweet, LOL. It's been crazy to say the least! Exclamation point. I'm just a girl. Girl, you know what it's like. It was my husband. He was the one in charge. I'm just trying to make it. It's been tough. And you can see how somebody who's empathetic is just like, you know what? I feel you, boo. The bank account looks like it has the money in it. We got you. It's really interesting when you see the patterns of fraud play out over and over and over again, how people lean into other people's empathy and sympathy over and over and over again. Now, when you see that there are 25 different lenders, you can start to understand why there might be 25 different lenders. Because you could only tell this lender that once, right? You gotta spread that shit around. But when people start to lay on all the things, and the bank is like, but it looks like the money's there. At their core, and this doesn't always feel true, but what I have found from doing lots of fraud cases is a lot of people just want to help. And when you find the person who just wants to help at the bank, at the company, whatever, that is the person that is the weakest link in the chain. The person who genuinely wants to help. And a lot of, not just computer intrusions, but a lot of fraud, computer intrusions, yes, other malfeasance, comes from the social engineering of people, not from the actual hacking of machines. The social engineering of people is easier. So, let's continue on. Defendant submitted a falsified bank statement to Boomerang Finance in support of a mortgage loan application, counts 2, 7, and 26. On August 4th, 2021, the defendant, on behalf of Kouri Richins Realty, entered a mortgage loan with Boomerang Finance, Subreit LLC, Subreit. I have no idea. Anyway, Boomerang. We're going to just go with Boomerang. On August 2nd, 2021, in support of the loan application, the defendant submitted a purported America First statement for Kouri Richins Realty dated June 30th, 2021, showing an account balance of $702,831.96. Kouri Richins Realty's actual America First statement dated June 30th, 2021 shows an actual account balance of $15,339.12. America First statement dated June 30th, 2021 shows an account, or CNE's America First statement shows an account balance of $702,831.96. Right, so they would get all this by subpoena. They would pull the actual bank records and be able to show, which they allege here, that Kouri Richins was taking the body of the bank statement from Eric Richins' business and putting the Kouri Richins Realty header of the statement onto it. The transaction descriptions listed on the purported statement that the defendant submitted in support of the mortgage loan application are identical to the transaction descriptions listed on CNE's statement. The purported statement the defendant submitted is comprised of the header of Kouri Richins Realty's actual statement and the body of CNE's statement. Do we see the, hold on, you all have said, do we see how the Audacity is beginning to unwind? 3 falsified bank statements to Excel Financial Services in support of a mortgage loan application, counts 3, 5, 8, 10, and 26. On August In August 2021, defendant on behalf of company applied for a mortgage loan with Excel Financial Services. On August 12th, in support of the loan application, submitted a purported America First statement for her personal account dated July 31st, 2021, showing a balance of $694,731.15. Defendant's actual America First statement dated August 1st, 2021, shows an account balance of $1,893.94. C&E husband's business from January 31st, 2021 shows an account balance of $694,731.15. So now they're alleging that Richins, defendant, is saying, this is my personal bank account with $694,000 in it. And what the prosecution is alleging is, no, we found that account statement, but it's from January 31st, 2021, and it's from the husband's business. It's not your personal account. The transaction descriptions, and again, if you're purporting that this is a personal account, where is the banker looking at the account going, you know what, I don't even see groceries. I don't see like Netflix. You wouldn't see some of the personal expenses, I would imagine, when you're looking at a statement for a stonemasonry company. But I digress. They go on to allege that the transaction descriptions listed in the purported statement are the exact same as C&E's business statement, and that defendant submitted a header from the defendant's actual personal account and then the body of the C&E statement. An Excel representative asked defendant for a letter explaining her low credit rating. Hey, boo-boo, you have almost $700,000 in the bank. Why is your credit not good? Can you explain? On September 12th, 2021, the defendant wrote that her low credit rating was because of, quote, a lady out of Seattle that had gotten a hold of her social security number. There is no evidence to suggest that this explanation is true. On October 13th, 2021, in further support of the loan application, defendant submitted a purported America First statement for a personal account dated September 30th, 2021, showing an account balance of $169,442.28. So we've gone from an August or a statement ending July 31st showing an almost $700,000 balance to an October statement showing $169,000 balance ending September 30th. So from a July 30th end date to a September 30th end date, you would expect to see some transactions to explain where the other $500,000 went, maybe, but maybe I'm just being too curious. Bridget said, is this staying with the same judge or do we know yet? It's assigned currently to the same judge. The defendant's actual balance on October 1st, 2021 shows a negative account balance of $4.01. What's that? 1 penny. Anyone watch Deal or No Deal Island? It's like, and $1. We'll talk about Deal or No Deal Island another time. I like competition reality shows. All right, continuing on. The transaction description listed on the purported statement that the defendant submitted are identical to those from C&E. We see how this goes, right? On November 23rd, 2021, in further support of the loan application, defendant submitted purported to be Kouri Richins Realty's bank statement dated October 31st, 2021, showing a balance of $57,000, $811.42. The business's actual October 31st statement shows a balance of negative $1,600 plus. Kouri Richins Realty's statement dated August 30th, 2021 shows an account balance of $57,000. Oh, that's probably a typo because I think that's a typo. Mr. Bloodworth. I don't often catch typos, but when I do, I think this is meant to say C&E's statement, not Kouri Richins Realty. I think this whole paragraph is meant to say C&E because she is purporting that Kouri Richins' account is $57,000. Her actual account is negative $1,000. And then it says Kouri Richins Realty statement dated August 30th shows an account balance of $57,811. The transaction descriptions listed on the purported statement the defendant submitted in support are identical to the transaction descriptions listed on Kouri Richins Realty's August statement, unless she's pulling a statement from her own company from a different date, which might be. The purported statement the defendant submitted is comprised of the header of Kouri Richins Realty's October statement and the body of its August statement. Oh, so it's her own bank statement, but it's fudging the dates. That's strange. So she's actually using C&E's bank account. She's using C&E's bank account for her to purport her personal account, and then she's using her business account, but making the dates wrong. Okay, that makes sense. So she's just fudging the dates on her own bank account so they line up because she's already using the business account for the other dates. Apologies, ignore me. So those are 3 different falsified bank statements. Ippy Fluffy asked, were the kids from a prior relationship? The kids of Kouri and Eric Richins are all from their relationship. So it's a fake statement, yes. Manisha, there are 2 fake statements or 3 fake statements in this one that are alleged. 2 statements where Kouri Richins alleges it's her personal account and it's the husband's business account, and 1 where she alleges it's from a different time period, still not the right account. The defendant issued a series of bad checks and laundered money. This is new information. Some of you have asked, why wasn't this brought up before? Some of it was brought up before. Some of the forgery and mortgage fraud were brought up in the murder case. The court severed those out so they won't go to trial at the same time. So there are other counts lingering as well. So there's more than 26 counts of this behavior. They're just in 2 different stages of the proceedings. The other ones were proved at prelim and are in a holding pattern. BJ But No Bear said, with how much this is twisting up EDB, who has experience with fraud cases, imagine how confused a jury would be. Oh, it's my first reading. By the time you break this all down, it's actually not that complicated, and I'll tell you why. It's so much easier for the jury when they can see it. Like, the jury will get to see all the documents. And then they'll be like, document 1 is this, goes to this count. So the jury kind of gets a chart and they get to see the documents. But this is my first reading of this with y'all because I want to react to it in real time. And then the pattern was using the business account. So when it was like her account, I was like, wait, what? So this will be easier to distill as we get into it. But for me, first look. Defendant issues a series of bad checks and laundered money. These are new allegations that we haven't seen before. We've seen the cut and pasting of the bank accounts alleged before. We just have more time for it now. On August 28, 2021, defendant wrote check number 271 from her Navy Federal account to Kouri Richins Realty. Can they take your Navy Federal account away? I feel like if you have the benefit of having a Navy Federal account from family and you pull this shit, they should just be like, no more Navy Fed for you. Like, no, not everybody gets access to Navy Federal. So no, none for you. I guess it doesn't matter now, but none for you. On August 28th, and for those our international law nerds, Navy Federal, you have to be in the Navy or have a direct family member that is Navy to have access to Navy Federal. So A, not everyone has access to it, and B, they don't mess around. But see, they have great rates on stuff. So I digress. The defendant issued a series of bad checks and laundered money. On August 28, 2021, defendant wrote check number 271 from her Navy Federal account to Kouri Richins Realty for $2,100. At the time, the Navy Federal account balance was zero, and the line of credit was negative $13,694.50. Ma'am. Oh, the chat corrected me. Not just Navy, just military service and family, any branch. Awesome. Jane said, as a Navy Federal Credit Union employee, you are right. Well, listen to this shit, Jane. And then you can talk to your coworkers. Any branch of military can use Navy Federal. I didn't know that. That's fantastic. Then again, my family members were Navy, so I don't think I would know that. But fair enough. So her line of credit is negative $13,000. She has zero money in the bank and writes a $2,000 check. A lot of the times when we have bad check writing, it is to forestall people from doing other stuff. So it is one of those things. It is one of those things where people are hoping like the check's in the mail and like it'll get fixed in the middle. So, Lord. The defendant deposited the check into the Kouri Richins Realty America First account. So, wrote a bad check from her personal Navy Federal account into her business account. At the time, the America First credit balance was $9,139.23. The defendant had transferred $2,500 from the America First account to her mother and $13,000.85 to several creditors before America First could draw the $2,100. So she's now playing in the gaps of timing on checks. So when people are like, wait, people use checks? Checks have a waiting period. I don't want to talk about this too much. This is always a bad idea. Do you remember when I ranted about the TikTok like money glitch? And I was like, that's just fraud. It's not a glitch in the system. It's just playing with the waiting times of when the money moves through the wires. It's not a glitch. It's just theft. Not a glitch. This is why we need to teach much more about money in schools. I will rant later. But also, I think there are people who don't want everyone to understand money, because if we all understand the rules of the game, then everyone can play. But I digress. I think information should be available to everyone. The more you know. So they're using that float time, or the time in between one bank putting the money in and one bank taking the money out, to do shit. So she's playing with that timing on the bad check. So and this happens a lot in money laundering cases. Oh, if anyone ever says, hey, can you just deposit this check for me? Yeah, by the time that check bounces, the money is gone and it's your money, and then you're left with the overdraw. That's what I'm here for. So she withdrew all of the money, including the money from the check, before Navy Federal put a stop to the check. On October 12th, 2021, defendant wrote check number 304. She did it again. Defendant wrote check number 304 from her Navy Federal account, her personal account, to her business account for $2,500. At the time, the Navy Federal account balance was zero, and the line of credit was extended negative 14,000, or extended used over its limits, $14,952.22. So that was credit that she owed. The defendant deposited the check into her Kouri Richins Realty business account. At the time, the America First balance was $505.49. Defendant transferred $2,518 from the America First account to several creditors before America First could draw back the $2,500 from Navy Credit, which returned with insufficient funds. So the check This is the second bounced check or insufficient fund check. On November 11th, 2021, the defendant wrote, and some of you are asking how the banks resolve this. Ultimately, the banks can sue the person writing the checks, but I don't know how the banks end up resolving this with FDIC and stuff. I don't know. There's probably some law nerds in the chat that know better than I do. I always dealt with the criming part, often not the like cleanup part. I don't know how the banks deal with it on the other end. They could sue her for it. I mean, there's nothing left for them to get. On November 11th, 2021, the defendant wrote check number 241 from her Navy federal account to her business account for $3,000. At the time, the Navy federal account balance was zero. The line of credit was extended over $14,000. Defendant deposited the check into the business account. At the time, the business account was negative $2,231.39. Defendant transferred $1,000 out to her mother. It's the second time money has gone to the mother. And $2,000 to her personal account before America First could draw the $3,000 and the check had insufficient funds. How much went to her mom the first time? This is the first time I've seen money going to her mother. $1,000 to mom on this check. Transferred $2,500 to mom in August. Somebody keep a total for me. We got $2,500 to mom off a check in August 2021. And we've got another $1,000 to mom. So we're at what, $3,500 to mom? And then $2,000 to her personal account. Wait. I need a whiteboard. She wrote a check from her Navy federal account for $3,000. She put it into her business account. Then from the business account, she transferred $1,000 to her mom and $2,000 to her. I mean, I don't know how much more you launder money. That money just went in a fucking circle. $1,000 to mom, $2,000 to her personal account before her business account check could bounce from the Navy Fed account. I mean, money laundering isn't often so easy to explain, but there it is just in one paragraph. On November 12th, 2021, defendant wrote a check, $275 from Navy Fed into her business account for $5,000. At the time, the Navy Fed account was zero. The line of credit was extended over $14,981.22. So it looks like they stopped, other than interest accruing, that line of credit is frozen. This is now November 12th, so the next day. Defendant deposited the check into Kouri Richins Realty's America First account. At the time, the balance was $575.39. Defendant transferred $1,000 to her mother. Am I rereading this? This is a different day. This is the next day. So another $1,000 to your mother, another for your mother, double supersize. Don't forget the fries. Transferred another $1,000 to her mom, another $2,000 to her personal account before the check could bounce. So we're now at $4,500 to the mom the next day. All of you that are like, what about the mom? We don't know what mom knew. We have no indication of what mom knew. Like if your parent came to you and was like, here's $1,000, would you know necessarily where that money came from? We'll get back into like the Tom Girardi, Erica Girardi. How do you prove what somebody knew? We don't know. But mom is now upwards. Why is all this money going to mom? And where's mom holding it? But again, numbers don't lie. So it's pretty easy to track where that money's going because it looks like she's not cashing it out. She's transferring it again. Transferred $1,000 to mom and $2,000 to her personal account before the check bounced. So that was November 11th and 12th. December 20th. Defendant wrote check number 293 from Navy Fed to herself for $4,000. So not to the business, to herself. She's laundering money through multiple accounts at this point. At this time, the Navy Fed account balance was negative $51.41, and the line of credit was $14,565 owed. Defendant deposited the check into her personal America First account. At this time, the personal account balance was negative $586.76. The defendant transferred $2,215 from the America First account to her mother. So another $2,215 to her mom before the check could bounce. December 20th. I wonder if mom was cashing these out. This is just speculation. I wonder if mom was then taking the cash out. So thank you, chat. We're at $6,715 to mom. On December 20th, 2021, defendant wrote check number 294. Oh, these are just in sequence. No. Where'd the other checks go? Between November 12th and December 20th, where'd the other checks go? That's from check 275 to check 293. Do you see why I'm nosy? Where'd the other checks go? Where are the other checks? God, I want to know. And some of these are out of order. Interesting. Because you've got check 271 up here in August, and then check 304 in October, and then check 241 in November, and then check 275. I wonder if she is grabbing out of order checks on purpose, or if the other checks are being written out. They might not have been. This would all be within the discovery that the prosecution would have. They would know if the other checks were ever written or not. I'm just curious. She might be grabbing them out of order on purpose. She might not be. One won't know. Okay, where were we? We're beyond December 20th. We're on December 22nd, aren't we? No, we're not. We're on December 20th. There's two December 20ths. I got distracted by the check sequencing. So we left off with $2,215 to her mother. And then we were moving on to the next check on December 20th, 2021, which is sequential. $294, $10,000. Well, this just follows the pattern of you go with the little checks and see if the world collapses. And when the world doesn't collapse at the $2,000 check and the $2,000 check and the $3,000 check and the $5,000 check and the $4,000 check, you just go to the $10,000 check. And at one point, you're just like, fuck it. Take a bigger bite. December 20th, 2021, defendant wrote check number 294 from Navy Fed for $10,000. At that time, the Navy Fed account balance was negative $51.41, and the line of credit was extended $14,565. Defendant deposited the check into the Kouri Richins Realty account, not her personal account. At the time, the business account was negative $1,133.99. The defendant transferred $9,592.33 from Kouri Richins Realty to several creditors before America First could draw off it. So that was to keep the creditors at bay. On December, nothing went to mom on that one though. We're still at the same amount with mom. On December 22nd, 2021, all of you were like, the amount to mom is now getting suspicious. I agree. The amount to mom is now getting suspicious. December 22nd, 2021, defendant wrote check number 343 from Navy Fed to herself, not her business, to herself for $10,000. At the time, the Navy Fed account was negative 5141, and the line of credit was extended at $14,565. Defendant deposited the check into her personal account. At the time, that account balance was $998.24. The defendant then transferred $10,000 from her personal account to her family's account before they could draw off the money. I wonder if that was in connection with her showing or arguing to Eric that she was paying off the HELOC, because some of that's alleged in the other case. And I wonder if that transfer into the family account was like, see, we're paying it off. All right. The defendant fraudulently extracted $45,000 from her best friend?
The FBI!
Well, this is new information. Not the bestie. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, this is new. In late 2021, Kouri Richins Realty owned a home in Heber City in Utah. Address not relevant. Defendant owed $456,500 in 4 short-term, high-interest, hard money loans. 3 of the 4 notes secured by this property matured. Oh, shit. Matured on January 7th or 8th, 2022. Beginning in October 2021, defendant unsuccessfully tried to refinance that property that she was flipping into a traditional 30-year mortgage. She planned to then, quote, seller finance the property for her best friend. You don't... Okay, first of all, we've got the don't murder is at the top of the list. We've already covered the don't murder. In this case, don't do your best friend dirty to save your own ass. She planned to seller finance the property for her best friend. The best friend, bestie's husband, and their 3 small children moved into the home. Just nothing is sacred, right? These are all allegations, Emily. These are all allegations. These are all allegations. We're going to follow this case too. So they moved in, signed the lease with the option to purchase, wherein the best friend agreed to pay defendant $2,900 a month in rent with the option to buy the home for $490,000 down the road. So Kouri's carrying the mortgage on this home in how many loans? Kouri's carrying the mortgage in this home for over $400,000 in short-term, high-interest loans. 4 of them. She can't get a mortgage on it. Those loans come due quickly, and you have to pay them off. And she's put her bestie in a position where her bestie's going to be paying rent and could be foreclosed on and kicked out of this house without even a blink. And I would suspect bestie had no idea and was like, that sounds great. I'll pay you rent and then all of the option to buy the home. Ooh. On January 11th, 2022, the defendant's best friend caused 2 wires totaling $45,000 to transfer to Kouri Richins Realty's account. Correspondence between defendant and her best friend establishes that defendant agreed to apply this money to a down payment on a long-term mortgage, supposedly closing in January 18th, 2022. Are they alleging that when she ran out of people to defraud, she defrauded her best friend? Is that the allegation here? Lauren Galling said, not on my birthday. And it happened on my birthday. All of you are like, we have to go code Audacity. We have to go code Audacity. I mean, awful. Yeah. Like, what in the Murdaugh are you doing? Then again, when the decision-making process is alleged to have gone, I'm in so much debt, I need the life insurance on my spouse. We're not dealing with a morally based decision-making process, it would seem. I grant you the motion for code Audacity, chat, because this is all new information for me too. And what in the world are we doing? Let me find code Audacity. All the things are moved. Chat, we're going to code Audacity. I'm with you. What? What in the world? My lights are slow. We'll get them in just a second, I promise. I now have a lovely alphabet tint as well. Let me change that real quick because all of the lights, even the ones I use as lights to not change the white balance, have changed to green. I need to redo my code Audacity so I am not completely green, but we're here for it. Why not? Okay. I don't have the vocal chops to pull that off. Let us continue from our code Audacity. Bestie wires $45,000. It's a lot of fucking money into the business account. And she says, I got you. I'm putting that money towards a mortgage. The mortgage is closing January 18th. I'm a realtor. I got you. Immediately prior to the best friend's wires entering the Kouri Richins account, the account balance was negative $1,900. As soon as the first wire entered the account, but before the second wire entered the account, the defendant transferred $19,000 plus of her best friend's down payment to her personal account to cover a wire transfer of the exact same amount that went to fund fee, an entity with which defendant had taken out a high interest accounts receivable loan unrelated to the property. If all of you were like, so she's like running her own Ponzi scheme. Yeah. And yeah, could prosecutor Bloodworth have used the individual's initials? Yeah, he could have. But is that nearly as impactful as saying her best friend? No. Also, Bestie probably already knows this, but Bestie's on notice that this is what was going on behind the scenes. So the prosecutor is telling us the story without using the initials. They've just titled the best friend. So wire one comes in, the money immediately goes out to cover personal expenses of Kouri Richins because there is another debt collector waiting for funds unrelated to the house that the bestie is living in. By January 19th, okay, these two wires totaling $45,000 were sent on January 11th. By January 19th, defendant had spent the remainder of her best friend's $45,000 down payments on expenses unrelated to the house that the bestie is living in. So that house is still servicing all kinds of debt, but it's not being paid down. Elizabeth in the chat said, I used to work as a financial crimes analyst. Amazing. It's basically check kiting using a float. Yes, 100%. Due to check Due to Check 21, checks clear banks faster, much easier to get caught. She was using her mom in the scheme. It seems that she was using her mom in the scheme. What her mom knew is one of my questions. But that's a lot of money to funnel to someone in a handful of days. So I got questions there too. Won't it be interesting if mom testifies at trial? On January 19th, Kouri Richins' realty account balance was $227.69. The home refinancing did not take place in January 2022. Defendant was forced to enter into an extension agreement with the largest of the four hard money lenders on January 26, 2022. The 30-year mortgage lender revoked the proposed loan in mid-February and offered less affordable terms. Gee, I wonder why. The defendant was forced to enter into another extension agreement with the largest hard money lender on February 16, 2022. The unpaid principal balance on that date was $347,000, $715.86. And the extension agreement extended the repayment term to March 8, 2022, 4 days after Eric Richins' death. Ultimately, one of the defendant's lenders foreclosed on the property and evicted the defendant's best friend and her family. We knew that was going to be the end of that part of the story, but I appreciate Prosecutor Bloodworth for giving us the one closing sentence of this was coming due the day after Eric Richins died, and ultimately the best friend's family was evicted. And the best friend is out the $45,000 wire transfer and almost $3,000 per month in rent for however many months that they were in the home. Because remember, when Eric Richins died, it took a year to arrest Kouri Richins. So if the best friend may have still been paying rent beyond that time, up until she was caught unaware and evicted. Because how would the best friend know any of this? Because what Kouri Richins is going to say is, I got you. Oh, it's just this thing, like Tom Girardi. Oh, we're just waiting on this thing. Oh, this other thing needs to clear. Defendant submitted false insurance applications on Eric Richins' life, count 26. On January 29, 2022, defendant applied to TrueStage for an insurance policy on Eric Richins' life with a death benefit of $100,000. Now, if you're like, Emily, when did Eric Richins pass away? March 2022. The attempted murder is charged for February 14th, 2022. Emily, Valentine's Day? Yeah. Valentine's Day. So the attempted murder is charged for February 14th, 2022. The murder is charged for March 3rd, 2022. This is a life insurance policy that she is taking out January 29th, 2022. On Eric Richins' life with a death benefit of $100,000. She's named as a beneficiary. The life insurance policy became effective February 4th, 2022, 10 days before the defendant's attempt on Eric Richins' life, 1 month before his death. That's suspicious. You know, there are some cases where the prosecution has to explain what premeditation looks like to the jury. This is one of those cases where sometimes the facts as alleged speak for themselves because this is all going to be on paper. This is just going to be emails back and forth in paper. This is not a witness that's going to come in and you're going to be like, what's that witness saying? It's just paper. The dates are the dates. What do you assume from this? When you look at the way this story goes, when the way the prosecutor is lining out the facts in this case, the allegations in this case, Emily, they are not proven yet. They are allegations. When we are lining out the allegations in this case, you can see how things are stacking up. the defendant was able to apply for the policy because it's like he knows what the questions from the chat are going to be. Chat is going to be like, how do you just like get a life insurance policy? Well, Mr. Bloodworth is going to tell us what they are alleging. The defendant was able to apply for this policy because of her membership in PenFed Credit Union. Eric Richins had no affiliation with PenFed. The policy premiums were deducted from K. Richins Realty's America First account. Eric Richins had no affiliation with this account. The address for Eric Richins provided on the application is a P.O. box belonging to defendant. So he wouldn't have even gotten notice that there was a life insurance policy taken out on him. The phone number for Eric Richins provided on the application contained a solitary, it seems, incorrect digit. Though incorrect digit would be a great band name. The signature on the application that purported to be Eric Richins' signature is a forgery. The defendant attempted to murder Eric Richins for pecuniary gain, count 26. Defendant occasionally employed Hayden Jeffs to assist her with renovating houses. Again, this is some more allegations that we have not seen in the other case, but these are connected. The defendant occasionally employed Hayden Jeffs to assist her with renovating houses. On January 20th, defendant text messaged Mr. Jeffs, "I did want to chat with you about something super random!" Exclamation point. Hold on, chat. I'm sorry. I'm failing you. I apologize. Wait, where did it go? Where is it? Oh, did I not put it back on I did not put it back on the soundboard because I didn't have time. Oh, Emily, this is a fail. Where is it?
Respect my authority!
I don't see. Give me 1 second. We need the voice. I don't even see it. Hold on. We're going to add it back to the soundboard right now. Pardon my intermission, Chad. I think it's worth it. That started in the middle. No, we're adding it back in. Hold on. That's not it. We're adding it back, Chad. We're no sleep till Brooklyn on this one. It's got to be in here somewhere. I'll find it. I had to make way for... Oh, that's not what I need. Was there a software update? Where is my software so I can add this back in? Oh, it's missing. We should do our other... Hold on. We're putting on our other music bed real quick. That's our stretch music. There we go. Now we can stretch. It's worth it, I think. So we're going to add this back. Some software updated, so now it doesn't want to open. And I'm tempted to not just be like, open for me. That's not true. I'm not tempted. I'm doing it. What is with this? Devices not supported by this app. Did they change apps? Oh, Lord Almighty. Where did it go? This is delightful, chat. This is fully in the realm of streaming is dynamic. And it looks like the software that I use to put things on the soundboard updated. And this particular one does not support my soundboard. So I need the other one. Are we just going to do the whole thing? Yes. Do I wish I could just play? Should we just play some DCI while we wait? Hold on. We need to have an intermission. We need to have an intermission. We need to just have it. We need to have an intermission. We need a moment. We need a moment because the soundboard is giving me the business and we just need to have a moment. So hold on. We're going to have a kiki. We're going to have a moment. The mods are like, what moment are we having? We talked about this a little bit in members only, but we're going to put on a video. Chat, while we intermission, and I fix my soundboard, I am going to look for, let's see, all kinds of stuff is going on. I am going to look for this year's Cavaliers show, Shapeshift. And I'm going to make a quick note about the difficulties of the color's even correct. There are definitely not channels, definitely not on the internet, that definitely don't share the shows that are taken from proprietary streaming services, and definitely don't share those, even though copyright in this area gets really, really difficult. So as we look at some of the Cavaliers Shapeshift, it is 100% a commentary gray zone of how you can use these shows, because musical arrangement copyrights are incredibly difficult. And incredibly difficult. But are we using these for educational and commentary purposes? Yes. Should these exist on the internet? Probably not. But do they? Well, yes. And so we're just rolling with it. So we are going to put up Shapeshift from the Cavaliers. It is their 2025 show. I'm going to find, I know you're like, Emily, that was a whole lot of yes, commentary. I'm going to find what we need on the Roadcaster and download it while we're doing this. So for those of you that are like, Emily, what the fuck is DCI? Marching band. We're taking a marching band intermission. We'll work on getting some that are approved, I promise. Because flow marching has rights. We will talk about it. But if you have flow marching, you can stream these live and it's not a problem. We have side quested into the Cavaliers. I will give you the side quest on this. You guys are like, but Phantom Regiment. Phantom, I know. But my kid's on the field on this one. So we're going to do this one first. And we're going to be done before their show is over, and we probably won't get to the end of their show. So while Phantom Regiment's show is amazing, for those of you that have never seen DCI, we're taking a quick break to look at Shapeshift while I try to make sure that the Roadcaster is properly set up for what we need. For those of you asking, Travis starts on the 50, so he is in the middle of the field there. And that is where we are going. So this is the DCI kickoff intermission for Shapeshift. We're just taking a moment. We said we needed a moment for marching band. For everyone else, it's going to be less than 10 minutes, and we're going to have this back up and running. Also, if you look on the DCI website or on Flow Marching, you can find where you can watch marching live. There's a show tonight that they will be performing. We're just taking a brief halftime for band. So, oh, that sound is not to the right place. Let me get this sound going. There you go. I've turned the sound down just a little bit so that the drums and horns don't blow your face off.
Patrick Vigas, is your core ready?
Yes, T's there. T's in the middle of the field. T's on the 50-yard line, right above the bird.
Performing their
Emily, that's probably a cardinal.
program,
Yes, it's a cardinal.
Shapeshift.
Right above the cardinal.
National is proud to present the Cavaliers.
I know. All of you are like, this is amazing. Yes, and now I can download whatever isn't working to make sure I have the sound that we need on the computer. But yeah, that's quite a lot of movement in the middle. And yes, that was a lot of backflips along the front there where the front ensemble is. And everyone shapeshifts. So if you see people shifting equipment, it's because they're shapeshifting. Did you guys see that snap on the horns in the front? Come on. Come on. Where in the world is my app? I know, look at that. Look at how fast they were marching. I don't even call that marching. That is basically running at this point. I love the shapes that the band makes. I also love how much they use their props to make those shapes. Horns. Right? And then the horns go wham. It's the best. So this is the color guard over on the side by all the props with the rifles. Everyone who asks what rifles are, those things spinning in the air are the rifles. They're moving very fast, yes. Crap, look at that catch, man. That is so clean. This is their first performance of the year, and you can hear the rifles thwack when they catch, but those are the ouch sticks. Well, part one. And then you watch all of those props move as the front ensemble's handling it. Yes, that is all the band making all the noise down in the front. They have a massive front ensemble. Super cool. People are jumping off of things down in the front. People will be climbing onto things towards the back as the band moves. Yes, there's way too much going on to watch in one take. Yes. I am so mad that a new software is needed for this. I'm about ready to scream. You bring the flags in. So good. Did you hear it that time? Did you hear all the rifles go thwack right at the end? I did. And this is just the above shot, so there's no close-ups of anything, but as you watch the props move, I'll show you where T is. I love the highlight on the drums. I love the movement of the drums, and then the whole chord shifts. It's the point. Do we have to download a whole nother software? Yes. Why? Because why not? I'm trying to not watch band. Emily, how many times have you seen this show? Never enough. I love how the choreography matches the motion. It's so fun. Emily, this is longer than a halftime show. Yes, it is. Yes, much longer. 12-minute shows? I can't believe they changed their software. Emily, we should let it go. Oh, it just won't download? That's cute. This show's so good. Do you see how fast those horns snap back down? How quickly they move those instruments blows my mind. Those things are, they are not light. B, they are tired by this point. And it's wild to me. It's also wild to me that there's a whole new app. It's finally downloading for the updates. I love the solo. Finally. And then you see all the shapes on the field start to shift, which is so cool. For everyone who's like, we're just tuning in. We're on law intermission until my sound is working. Apologies. The tech is teching at me, which is dumb. I love those big flags. I love a flag solo. Too often, I think people lean into just rifles because they're so badass, but flags are so visually stunning on the field. They're just so easy to see from everywhere. They add so much color. I mean, everyone loves a badass rifle throw, but flags aren't used enough. And now all the shapes have shifted on the field, which I love. And they're moving, which is insane to me. How are we even? Yes, there are people inside the circles. T is the furthest out on the 20 towards the back at this point. The flags have such nice impact on the field. Absolutely love it. And the shape of the horns just concentrates the sound so well going into the stands that it just absolutely pushes all the sound out into the stands. It's so cool. I love this big solo flag moment. It's visually stunning. And then you start to see the other flags pop up as these massive props move around the field. It's so cool. Tony, there's one oboe this year because they're allowing for that feature. Who's doing the Alanis Morissette show? Is it Bluecoats? There's one featured instrument allowed, and somebody picked an oboe this year for the very beginning of Uninvited. So if DCI is near you, go. No, absolutely go. It's really fun. These shows take up the entire football field. So there are things happening outside the frame because they take up the entire field. It's incredible. All right, it looks like this is finally gonna let me have my sound working the way it's supposed to. Yay for me. Yay for all of us. That was an unpleasant surprise today. There we go. And you can hear the music coming down right as you're seeing all of those catches on the rifles. Amazing. There's some like acrobatics happening off the props. And then you get the like, I don't know what they're calling the yellow flags, but they have such a unique shape that they just stand out so well in the air. They have so much movement to them. So, for all of you that are like, Emily, what in the world is a DCI show? This is a DCI show. They're incredibly physical while being incredibly musical and artistic. The shows generally have themes, name to the theme. So, this is an overview of the show. We will get to the close-ups of the show another time. All right. And then we'll be ready to... We can't leave without the end. We're almost at the end. Yay! It's such an exciting show. what's fun is seeing how much the show has changed since this performance, because it's wild. Henhouse Bath, they do still have a show at MTSU. I don't know which core practices at MTSU, but they're redoing the fields this year. So the MTSU show is at Nissan Stadium this year. So I think we're almost done with the microphone. Hopefully. I think this is the proper pitch up. I hope so. We're just going to see if it works. So let's find out together. That should be, oh no, wait. We should have it back. Let's see. Nope. All of that. And we are still not there. Where is our pitch? Where is our pitch up?
There it is.
That's better.
Nope, that's not pitched up enough. It's not pitched up enough. Okay, wait. There we are. Nope, not at all.
Once it starts just sounding like me, it's not pitched up.
Up enough. There we go.
Come on. Wait, where'd you go?
No. Well, now we have to fine-tune the squirrel voice. There we go. That's our voice. Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Why is this so hard? I don't know. But now we're done. Thank you. Done. Ah! That was way too challenging. I didn't realize it wasn't on the soundboard, you guys. That's the worst. Streaming is dynamic. This is the voice we needed.
I have missed it, but there was not really time during trial to change the voice changer.
But now we're here.
Okay, now we can get back to all the things.
I don't know why this is. I'm going to have to do a whole soundboard of the voices. Members, will you just make a note that we need to just do all of the different voices for the soundboard at our next members only? Also, for all of you joining us for the band intermission.
Yes, we DCI intermissioned. It'll be really fun to talk about what DCI looks like in the next few weeks as they move towards finals at the beginning of August, because the shows have grown so much, which is wild to me, how much the shows continue to grow, and how much the choreography continues to grow, how much the sound continues to grow. I love it. That was a whole soundboard adventure, but the voice for this case was needed. And the way I want to rant, the software we had installed was perfectly fine. And all of a sudden it updated, and then it was like, oh, we don't work for your device anymore. There's a new one. Which would be fine if I wasn't trying to do things like in the moment I needed to do them, literally my life. For all of you saying we need more band, we will work on bringing a stream with just band. Don't worry. We will work on a whole side quest. So, Seal Beach in Indy says, or Seal Beacher in Indy says, does your son get any time off? They have half days to do laundry every few weeks. No, it is very long days. They have downtime when they're on the bus going from place to place. It's not really time off, but there's times they can't really do anything when they're on the bus. So there's that. But no, from now till August, it is quite a lot of performances, and quite a lot of performances back to back to back to back. But you will see as our schedule gets we will have some days where it's like Emily is traveling to go see DCI. So there will be some days where I will be traveling to go see DCI. And because we are not going to be in trial like August, September, October, November, we'll have time to catch up on it. So there will be some streams that we will miss. Because yes, I'm going to come to San Antonio. Yes, I'm going to come to San Antonio. Yes, it was a last minute decision, but I'm going to come to San Antonio. I didn't know if we would have time to get everything done before trial started, but if trial's not starting, we will be able to be there. So we'll do some behind the scenes as best we can. Let us right now. And Jeanette said the things that happen on the band bus Right now, the band bus is, I think, basically sleep. Is basically sleep. So, Stacy, if there's DCI near you, go see it. Especially if you have any interest in band, if you have anyone around you that has interest in band, especially those of you that have kids that might be just inspired by the wonder of band, take them. It'll be great. Okay, let us continue. One blessed Nana, this is so sweet. Thank you. Hold on, I'm trying to grab this. Watching DCI was the highlight of my afternoon. I was a band mom and marching band mom for almost 8 years. It's a whole separate thing. There was so much involved in making sure kids get where they need to go and doing all the things, but it's lovely. I'm so glad that that you enjoyed it. But yes, we will those of you who are just like, band. And those of you who are like, what in the world is this? Welcome to band. And when you're like, Emily, why are you traveling? This is why. So, JJ, I don't know if there's any in Florida. Heat becomes an issue. Humidity becomes an issue. I know there was just one out here. There will be another one in Nashville. So, Kristen and Kelly, I'll ask him. Some of it's going to be what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So I'll ask him for sure. I can't wait to see him again. I miss him. Also, his cat has decided that we are his comfort humans and that only applies after 4 o'clock in the morning. So George is just like, hi, wake up. Now's time to pay attention to me. All right, let's pull back into Kouri Richins. Thank you all for the intermission while we got the soundboard working the way we needed it to, so that we could finish talking about the wildness of this case, because A, it is an incredibly sad and heavy case. B, the audacity. C, the text messages and the walk the dog letter need the
LOL
voice. It's just needed. So, false insurance application as we come back from our detour into this case. On January 29th, 2022, defendant applied to TrueStage for the insurance policy. It went to a PO box. The number on it, the phone number is wrong. There was no way for them to check on it. The attempted murder for pecuniary gain from after January. So we needed the voice to read the text messages because that needed to happen. The defendant occasionally employed Hayden Jeffs to assist her with renovating houses. Remember, her business was not just getting, mortgages. It was supposed to be flipping houses. I don't know if any of the houses were ever sold. That question remains. I still have questions. The defendant texted Mr. Jeffs. This is why we ended up down a whole side quest to get the soundboard fixed.
I did want to chat with you about something super random. Not now at kid stuff. Girl.
You're the one texting. You're texting him that you want to talk to him, but you initiated the text while you can't talk?
I did want to chat with you about something super random. Oh, not now at kid stuff. I'll call you tomorrow if that works.
On January 12th, 2022 at 7:24 p.m., the defendant text message Mr. Jeffs.
Hey, today snuck away from me. Can I give you a call in the morning around 11:30? Okay, thanks, bye.
On January 22nd, 2022 at 11:06 a.m., the defendant text message Mr. Jeffs.
Got a sec?
Mr. Jeffs told law enforcement that he spoke with defendant on January 22nd, 2022, and the defendant asked him for fentanyl. I need to talk to you about something super random. I mean, I can't talk right now. I'm at kids' activities. Hey, can you procure me illegal substances? super random. Jeffs told law enforcement that he spoke with defendant January 2nd, 2022, and defendant asked him for fentanyl. Defendant told Mr. Jeffs she wanted the fentanyl for a client who had back pain.
We're trying to do like a full service real estate thing. So like if you need a recommendation for a hairdresser, I got you. You need to know which is the best like place to go get coffee, little brekkie sandwich, I got you. Where you want to go ski, I got you. You need some drugs, I got you. Like a florist, best bakery in town, 10 out of 10. We handle everything. Full service.
Okay. I have a client with some back pain. Mr. Jeffs told defendant that he would not get her fentanyl. Mr. Jeffs was like, the fuck you're asking me for? And then the defendant hung up on Mr. Jeffs. No, I'm not doing that. Click. How offended would you be? Like, what are you? Do you need like is a sink draining slowly? It sounds like Mr. Jeffs is doing odd help with, do we need to rehang a door so it's level? Do we have an outlet that's not working right? What the fuck are you calling asking me for illegal fucking drugs? What are you doing? He's like, no. Click. On January 22nd, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. after the phone call in which the Mr. Jeffs, he is now the Mr. Jeffs, in which the Mr. Jeffs declined to get fentanyl for defendant. Defendant text messaged Mr. Jeffs.
Have another one for you. Call me if you get a sec. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Jeffs told law enforcement that during the second phone call with the defendant on January 22nd, 2022, defendant asked him for propofol. Mr. Jeffs told the defendant that he could not get her propofol. What do I look like? He says. I am completely and totally being facetious. I am not an anesthesiologist. I am not the person to ask to procure these things. And how do you go back to the same person and ask? It's like, okay, so not the fentanyl. What about the propofol? Get me some of that. No. Text messages from January 22nd, 2022. So remember, this is in context of leading up to getting the new life insurance. January 29th, new life insurance policy. January 20th, hey, got a sec. January 22nd, can you get me some fentanyl? No. What about propofol? No. The text messages from January 22nd between defendant and Mr. Jeffs were manually deleted from defendant's phone.
Oh my God, that's so weird. What do you mean if I delete it from my phone and like you don't? You can still see them? Boo.
Yeah, you can. After that date, the defendant, Mr. Jeffs, did not communicate ever again. Good for you, Mr. Jeffs. Mr. Jeffs is like, the fuck you doing? I just come over to, I help with renovations. How offended? Yeah, Mr. Jeffs is like, fuck off with that. Good for you, Mr. Jeffs. The defendant and Mr. Jeffs communicated regularly throughout the prior year. On May 31st, 2022, approximately 3 weeks after the defendant's arrest, the defendant's mother text messaged the defendant. Mr. Jeffs running his mouth. Maybe know who you're asking to procure drugs for you before you just start asking random people or assuming that because they do handiwork at your house, they are somehow involved in illicit narcotics in Utah. What are you doing? I'm just assuming that Mr. Jeffs is offended. I'm assuming by the behavior that Mr. Jeffs is like, how fucking dare you? These are my assumptions. But mom being like, Mr. Jeffs running his mouth. Oh, you mean the police came to Mr. Jeffs and were like, hey, the cell phone dump. Oh, this is before the cell phone dump. I wonder if this is well before the arrest. I wonder if when the news, this is pure speculation on my part, but I wonder if when the news started to break about what happened to Eric Richins, Mr. Jeffs is like, the weirdest fucking thing is that she calls me out of the blue and asks me for fentanyl and propofol. And now we're hearing that he died from a fentanyl overdose. If you're Mr. Jeffs, are you like, huh, that's fucking weird. What you doing, Kouri? Sounds a little sus to me. So that's within 3 weeks. This is a year before she's arrested. Defendant's mother texts defendant. And that's how she can text. Defendant is still not arrested at this point. Text defendant. Mr. Jeffs running his mouth. The defendant occasionally employed Carmen Luber to clean houses. Ms. Luber told law enforcement that sometime in early 2022, before Eric Richins' death, defendant either called or texted her to ask that she procure some fentanyl for defendant. Forensic analysis of Verizon records for the defendant's cell phone show 746 SMS messages, 94 MMS messages, and 12 calls between defendant's phone and Ms. Luber's phone between January 1st, 2022 and March 15th, 2022. It is my understanding from all of the proceedings in this case that Ms. Luber took a deal as a part of disclosing all of this information. And that Ms. Luber was in custody when all of this started to come to light. That is my understanding of the timing of this in custody on an unrelated thing. So these messages were manually deleted from the defendant's phone. The defendant's phone contained messages to and from Ms. Luber before and after this time. What happens? It's so weird when you delete messages that A, the other side of the message still shows it. B, some of these were through like Facebook Messenger. Those are still there. And C, there's a forensic extraction that shows you what's happening. Ms. Luber told law enforcement that pursuant to the defendant's request for fentanyl, she contacted Nicole Cummings for an introduction to someone who would sell her fentanyl. Ms. Cummings confirmed that Ms. Luber asked her for an introduction to someone that would sell Ms. Luber fentanyl. Ms. Cummings elaborated that Ms. Luber messaged her through Facebook asking to speak with her, and she called her shortly thereafter. A Facebook message between the two on February 5th, 2022 at 1:37 p.m. asked, text me, I got a question, won't do it on this. I mean, fair. In response to the inquiry, Cummings provided Luber with the phone number of a dealer. Everybody's names are just getting put into this. Robert Crozier. Ms. Luber's phone contains a contact for Crozier's phone number. The contact is labeled in a fashion that connects Cummings and Crozier. This is going to be a whole side quest when this goes to trial. Luber told law enforcement she contacted Crozier shortly after receiving his contact information from Cummings and asked to purchase fentanyl. Luber's phone records established she texted Crozier on February 10th, 2022 at 8:52 p.m. Luber told law enforcement that she met with Crozier at the Maverick gas station in Draper on February 11th, 2022 and purchased from him 15 to 30. I think that's 15 to 30, not 1530, but anyway, 15 to 30 round light green pills. No, not Hosier. I'm just pronouncing it the same way. Crozier, I think. That's Hosier is the only way I could even guess at pronouncing this properly. 15 to 30 light green, blue pills, which she understood to be fentanyl. Luber's phone data shows that she called Crozier several times between February 11th, between 5:19 p.m. and 6:52 p.m. Ms. Luber stated that these phone calls were to coordinate a specific time of the purchase, like a drop. Luber's phone call data also shows that she text messaged Crozier several times beginning at 7:18 while she was located at the Maverick. So now all the phones are tying them together to the text messages and the location. However, I will say for a jury, there are times, especially when people have taken a deal to testify, when they are in custody on other things, juries can be concerned that someone will just say anything to not get in trouble. The coordinating phone data will help substantially for a jury to be like, and all the phone data corroborates what's being said. It's not just a, well, I said this and so it happened. The phone data shows several text messages between defendant and Luber on February 11th, 2022. The messages begin at 3:42 p.m. Well, Miss Luber was at her home in, is it Heber? And continued at 6:23 p.m. as she passed through Linden on her way to the Maverick gas station in Draper. The defendant and Miss Luber text messaged at 7:18 p.m. while Luber was located at the Maverick and was text messaging with Crozier for the drop at this point. The messages continued at 8:20 as Luber passed through Lehigh on her. Wait, isn't that where Jen Shaw's first assistant Stewart was living when he got arrested? Isn't Lehigh where he was? All the Utah is just consolidating. But I think he was in Lehigh because I think I pronounced it wrong. But I think that's where he was arrested from when they raided and arrested Jen Shaw and Stewart. Either way, all of you are telling me it's Heber with like long E's. Anyway, through Lehigh on the way back to her home in Heber and concluded at 8:56 p.m. Well, Lauber, damn it, I'm going to pronounce everything wrong now. Well, Lauber was at her home in Heber. Cyndi Lauper's like, what do I have to do with this? Cyndi Lauper and Hosier are like, leave me out of whatever is happening here. We've got Lauber, Heber, Lehigh, Crozier, defendant. Okay. Lauber told law enforcement that she delivered the pills that she purchased from Crozier to defendant in a hand-to-hand transactions in the driveway. There's no way that she said that it was a hand-to-hand transaction. That is 100% law enforcement speak for I gave them to her. Stop it. I handed them to her. Handed. In the driveway of Lauber's home in Heber, either February 11th or 12th. The phone data shows that in addition to the text messages, defendant and Lauber exchanged on February 11th, defendant and Lauber exchanged text messages on February 12th at 9:58 a.m. and 2:49 p.m. And Lauber was located at her home during both exchanges. So they're using the location data to say when you were texting this, you were still at home. A certain diner in Shamus, I don't remember. Camas? The way that Rottenborn writes this, a certain diner in Camas, Utah, just the one, opens daily at 7 a.m. At 8:53 a.m. on February 14th, defendant placed a 1-minute phone call to the diner. I mean, I appreciate that she called and ordered food. It's not even a mobile order. Called and ordered food. Defendant placed a 1-minute phone call to the diner. The defendant and Eric Richins' joint bank account statement shows a $41.29 purchase at the diner on this day. Did I say Rottenborn? I mean Bloodworth. Sorry, Bloodworth. My brain has stopped. We watch Band. We watch DCI, and now I'm just like, drum corps. A certain diner is just hilarious to me. A certain diner, we know which one. We'll talk about it later. Went to go get breakfast on Valentine's Day. Do you guys remember? Some of you do, some of you don't. The defense attorney was arguing, I think it was during the preliminary hearing, that there was no way to know when the breakfast sandwich was eaten. And she was like, who just leaves an egg sandwich out? I think the day I was streaming that, the defense attorney's like, who eats an egg sandwich? Later, no one just, and I'm looking at the egg sandwich like sitting on my desk and I'm like, this has probably been here about 2 hours. Okay. Sometimes it happens, counsel. But the sandwich defense. Who just doesn't eat a breakfast sandwich? Everyone that has started eating their sandwich, gotten interrupted by shit and went, it's cooked. It's probably fine. Literally everyone. It's not anyone's favorite, but it happens. Breakfast sandwiches are fine. It'll be fine. We're ADHD. We get distracted and then we're like, oh, I haven't eaten in 5 hours. Weird. At 9:41 a.m., defendant texted her paramour. Oh, the paramour enters the chat. Text messaged her paramour headed that way. At 9:49 a.m., defendant text messaged him screenshots of a navigation app on her cell phone showing her current location on SR 32 in Camas? K-Town? One or the other. And her projected arrival at an unknown destination at 10:49 a.m. At 11:09 a.m., I didn't realize they were going to get into all of this. Some of this is from, some of this is also from the homicide case. So we're going to see a lot of this play out in the murder case as well. This is giving all of the context. At 11:09, Eric Richins placed a 2-minute phone call to defendant. At 11:27 a.m., Eric Richins text message a photograph to the defendant. The photograph has been deleted from both the defendant and Eric Richins' phones. At 11:33 a.m., Eric Richins text messaged. So 11:27, he texts a photograph. At 11:33, he texts the defendant, I'm going to go lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm going to head to the hospital. I wonder what he texted. I also have to wonder if it was a photo of the sandwich. Like, we're not going to know. I wonder. But that's 11:27. And a few minutes later, he's like, I'm going to go lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm going to head to the hospital. 1 minute later, defendant responded, geez.
Jeez, it's that bad? Need me to come home? Go take a nap and call me when you're up.
I also love that when Bloodworth thinks there are spelling or grammatical issues, he just puts sick in there. Not S-I-C-K, S-I-C, for those of you listening in the background, just puts S-I-C in there and is like, geez, it's that bad? Need me to come home? Go to take a nap and call me when you're up. 5 minutes later at 11:39, activity recorded on Eric Richins' phone and associated devices ceased. Activity did not resume until nearly 2 hours later at 11:32 p.m. At 11:43 p.m., Eric Richins text messaged the defendant and asked, are you home? The defendant responded, no, in Provo, waiting for my cabinet installer guy. Are you home? She's getting something installed. I don't think she's in Provo. At 11:45 p.m., Eric responded, I'm in the office. I've been sleeping out here. And then the side note to that from the prosecution is the office was in a freestanding structure behind the home. At 11:59 p.m., Eric Richins called Kouri Wright, a close friend. Mr. Wright could hear fear in Eric's voice and tell that Eric Richins was scared. This is heartbreaking. At 2:11 p.m., so did I say 11? At 1:59 p.m., If I said 11, I didn't even hear it. Apologies, chat. This is why I pull things up on the screen. At 2:11 p.m., Eric Richins called Josh Kaz, another close friend. Mr. Kaz was struck by the tone of Eric Richins' voice and said that he seemed different, down, and somber. Opioids, including fentanyl, this is the prosecution, said can cause allergic and pseudo-allergic reactions to include hives. Eric Richins did not have any food allergies. The defendant and Ms. Luber exchanged 30 text messages on Valentine's Day, 2022. Are we going to wait to hear those at trial? I want to know what some of those texts say. But he's calling his friends. We will hear some of that, I think, in the trial. We might not hear all of it. But some of those are going to be present sense impressions. If he's calling and telling them how he feels, like in real time, I'm feeling sick, this is how I'm feeling. Some of that can come in trial as present sense impression. On June 18th, 2022, 3.5 months after Eric Richins' death, the defendant text messaged her best friend about this incident. Oh, so the bestie hadn't been evicted yet. I'm going to need the eviction date because it seems like bestie hadn't been evicted yet. Oh, bestie. Do you think bestie turned over all the digital devices after the eviction? Because I'm going to speculate as how this went down. My guess is that after bestie got evicted and after Kouri Richins got arrested, law enforcement at some point went to bestie and said, hey, so you know that money you gave to Kouri Richins? Can I just tell you on the bank records where that money went? Let me just tell you what happened. And if you can remember anything about transferring this money, you might be a victim of financial crimes. So we might want to talk to you more about that. If there's anything else you want to tell us, here's my card. Let me know. Bye. I wonder how long it took bestie to be like, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. On June 18th, 3.5 months after Eric Richins' death, remember this is still before Kouri Richins has been arrested, defendant text messaged her best friend about this incident. Defendant wrote, quote, it was Valentine's Day and Eric and I were both working from home that day and I ordered lunch from the diner.
All of the exclamation points. I just ordered lunch.
He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Oh, there's a comma in that sentence. Not I was fucking with him. I was fucking with him. Because you were out with the paramour. You were with the side piece. You weren't with him when this happened. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to take a nap. No hives, no EpiPen, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. She was saying, I was with him. I think she's saying I was with him. He was fine. Not I was messing with him. I said she was messing with him because she was fucking somebody else. She was getting, what did they say? Cabinets installed? She was getting her cabinets installed. So I think she's telling her best friend, it's not all that dramatic. I have to wonder if best friend's husband knows the other men that they were talking to, and best friend asked her what happened. I want the context for the rest of this because I'm wondering if this is from, yeah, well, my, we heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend, but Eric was calling his friends on Valentine's Day and was saying he was really sick. What the fuck? I wonder how this all went down. On August 22nd, 2023, nearly 4 months after defendant was arrested, because she was arrested in May 2023, nearly 4 months after the defendant was arrested for the murder of Eric Richins, the defendant discussed this incident in 2 phone calls. In a phone call with her mother, the defendant confirmed she was the person who picked up the sandwiches from the diner on Valentine's Day. She said, we ate in the office. In a phone call with her brother, the defendant discussed buying lunch at the diner that day. I mean, you can call it lunch, but they've got receipts from the diner from what? After after 9 a.m. So sure, call it lunch. When they start getting into trial on this, it will be interesting to see if the prosecution points out that there are little shifts, whether they might argue it as consciousness of guilt, but there are little shifts. Like, yeah, I went and bought food at the diner, but it was lunch, not breakfast. Like the little tweaks to the truth to try to distance everything that happened. Just a little bit. And then the different stories. The story to the best friend in June. The story on the phone calls the year later. Going further to count 26 is the defendant murdered Eric for pecuniary gain. Miss Lauber told law enforcement that in late February 2022, defendant told her that the fentanyl pills that she previously provided were not strong enough. If you are sitting on this jury, by the time you get to after Eric Richins is sick on Valentine's Day, after Kouri Richins is out with her side piece, after she had procured this hand-to-hand, then she goes back to the person she purchased things from and said, hey, those weren't strong enough. Yeah. That's, it's going to be real interesting when this comes out at trial. Real interesting. Lucy said it took them a year to arrest her. Yes, we can, I'm going to save that. We can talk about it during questions. Yes, it did. So these statements are all coming in after Kouri's arrested. Defendant told her that the fentanyl pills she previously provided were not strong enough and asked that she procure stronger fentanyl. Lauber initially stated that the defendant specifically asked for quote, some of the Michael Jackson stuff during the second request for fentanyl, but subsequently conceded that defendant may have referred to Michael Jackson during her earlier request for fentanyl. And then the note from the prosecution is that Michael Jackson died of a propofol overdose. I just wonder if at this point, Kouri Richins is feeling like the news lied to her. And Kouri Richins, this is my speculation, is sitting there going, but the news says if you even get close to fentanyl, you die. Why? That's just how I read this. And I'm wondering how it will be argued at trial, because she's like, I need something stronger. But when we look at the attempted murder, which the defense has argued against, they're arguing against everything. Of course, Kouri Richins has pled not guilty. But when they were arguing against the attempted murder, they're like, he just got sick from a sandwich. He just got sick from a sandwich. We don't know she had intention to kill him. We can't know her intent from things that happen afterwards. The prosecution's going to argue, no, that's consciousness of guilt. It's also a pattern. Also, getting the life insurance shows the premeditation. On February 26th, 2022, Lauber sent Cummings a Facebook message asking that Cummings again provide her with Crozier's phone number. Did Lauber delete it? She was like, delete this off my phone immediately. I want nothing to do with this. Later that same day, Lauber contacted Crozier and arranged to purchase additional fentanyl from him at the same Maverick gas station in Draper. Lauber's phone data shows that on February 26, 2022, beginning at 2:25 p.m., the defendant and Lauber exchanged several text messages. They continued to exchange texts between 5:01 p.m. and 10:22 p.m., and Lauber traveled from her home to the Maverick gas station in Draper and back to her home. Lauber's phone data also shows that she exchanged text messages with defendant and Crozier while she was located at the Maverick. So the cell phone data corroborates that. At 3:21 a.m. on March 4th, 2022, defendant called Summit County Dispatch and reported that her husband was not breathing. Quote, "He's not breathing, he's cold, he doesn't have a pulse." That's at 3:21 a.m. on March 4th. 10 minutes later, Summit County EMS personnel and sheriff's deputies arrived at Eric Richins' home. They found Richins on the floor at the foot of his bed and performed life-saving measures, but ultimately declared him deceased at 4:58 a.m. EMS personnel thought that, quote, he had been dead a while and noted he was asystole the whole time. The EMS personnel were attending to Eric Richins. The defendant told law enforcement that she and Richins, quote, had a drink together at 9 p.m. or 9, it doesn't say time, at 9 to celebrate something at work tomorrow. A year later, the defendant told law enforcement, and they put Moscow mules in parentheses, I made Moscow mules in the kitchen and I brought them into our bedroom. The defendant further said that they drank the Moscow mules sitting on the bed. Sometime after Eric Richins' death, the defendant wrote in a journal that on the night of Eric Richins' death, she and Eric Richins went to the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients from Moscow Mule and a lemon drop. We finished talking, made our way back to our bedroom and brushed our teeth. There's more that we're going to hear from this journal, I imagine. There's more that we're going to hear from this journal. But there are still pending motions about the journal. So we'll see. Because the motions about the journal have to do with how and when it was procured. So there will be more arguments about that. The pathologist's office of the medical examiner, the OME, performed an autopsy on Eric Richins and concluded that his immediate cause of death was drug intoxication, fentanyl. They determined that the level of fentanyl in his blood was 15 ng/mL, which is approximately 5 times a lethal dose, and that his gastric fluid contained an additional 20,000 ng/mL of fentanyl. The OME determined that the byproducts of the fentanyl found in Eric Richins' gastric fluid were typical of illicit fentanyl, not medical grade. The OME determined that the fentanyl found in Eric Richins' body had been orally ingested. The OME found 16,000 ng/mL of quanapine in Eric Richins' gastric fluid. Quanapine is a atypical antipsychotic medication used for the treatment of schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depressive disorder. It's widely used as a sleep aid due to its sedating effect. The defendant told law enforcement that at the time of Eric Richins' death, she had a prescription for quanapine. I might have pronounced that totally wrong, but yes. So her prescription. So that's what the ME found, and I'm sure we will hear more about the sedating effects of her prescription. And at the murder trial, I expect we will hear about the February 13th Valentine's Day incident and this incident. I imagine the arguments will be she tried to do things differently, hence the additional information, or the additional, not information, the additional medication in his system. On the night of Eric Richins' death, the defendant told law enforcement, we eat, and then in paren it says THC gummies. So I wonder if she said we eat gummies and they knew she wasn't talking about like Flintstone gummies. Sometimes Eric will eat a gummy before he goes to bed. It didn't seem like he did though. A year after Eric Richins' death, the defendant told law enforcement that she saw Eric Richins take a THC gummy in the bedroom after drinking the Moscow Mule. The defendant then clarified, I didn't actually see him take it. He told me he took it, and then he had to have taken it while I was making the drinks. In explaining to law enforcement how the defendant thinks the fentanyl got into Eric Richins' body, the defendant said, I honest to God. The Lauren asked, did they find THC in his system? Nope. No, they didn't. Blame the weed, right? On explaining to law enforcement how the defendant thinks that fentanyl got into Eric Richins' body, the defendant said, quote, I honest to God think it was one of those gummies. 100%. Really? Okay. 100%. After the defendant's arrest for the murder of Eric Richins, the defendant's mother asked the defendant if she was sure the fentanyl came from a THC gummy. The defendant replied, that is what I'm banking on, yes. We'll talk about that in the Walk the Dog letter for all of you new to this case who are like, girl, I'm invested. I know. That is what I'm banking on, yes. Emily, how do they know the conversations between her and her mother? Jail calls are recorded. Jail calls are recorded. Jail calls are recorded. At the beginning of every jail call, they say this call is being recorded. That's what I'm banking on. The OME did not find any THC in Eric Richins' blood or gastric fluid. The state toxicology lab tested the THC gummies in Eric Richins' home at the time of his death and determined they did not contain fentanyl. Look at that. It's like an investigation and shit. They're like, oh, there are gummies? Okay, we'll test them. Guess what? None of them have fentanyl in them. THC gummies still illegal in Utah, but tested them. No fentanyl there. Also, 5 times a lethal dose is not coming from one gummy. Also, Cheryl Ray points out, THC hangs around the longest. Yep. So even if he hadn't eaten it that day and had done it at other times, it might still be in his system. From mama to bruh.
Bruh.
Mama, mommy, mom, bruh. The evolution of our children as they age said THC gummies are not illegal now in Utah. Really? I find that surprising. I had no idea. Then again, we all know that I think so a lot of the laws about weed are ridiculous, but I will digress another day. I'm surprised by that. Okay. Interesting. I remember when Utah didn't have like Pepsi and had I remember Crystal Pepsi because I'm old, but okay. Nicole said medical card. I didn't know you could have a medical card in Utah. Well, there we go. Interesting. Steve said 2017 Farm Bill made them legal with limits. Oh, so it's all like the Delta 9, like strange, like halves this, halves that. It's way too complex. Just stop it. But anyway, I digress. Interesting to know. So, I had no idea. Emily, check the laws before you make statements. Okay, Utah. Either way, they tested the THC gummies, which was my point. And I am glad that they did because, again, it forestalls different areas of argument. And if Kouri Richins comes into court and is like, it was the gummies, law enforcement comes in and is like, it wasn't. We tested them. It wasn't. It wasn't them. We tested. I appreciate that they did. I think that's new information that I haven't seen in all the other declarations, but this is the most thorough declaration, or at least the most extensive declaration that I've seen in this case. And there's been a lot of them. Well, there's been a number of them that have They continue to allege that the defendant told law enforcement she went to bed with Eric Richins in the bedroom at approximately 9:30, 9:45. Well, that's not what her devices said, is it? On March 3rd and shortly thereafter, went to one of the children's bedrooms to sleep with the child because the child was having nightmares. The defendant said she awoke in the child's bedroom at approximately 3 a.m. on March 4th and returned to the bedroom. Defendant said that she was asleep in the child's bed the entire time. Defendant told law enforcement that she left their bedroom door at left her and Eric's bedroom at approximately 9:30, 9:45 to go into the child's bedroom. She left her cell phone plugged in next to the bed and did not take it into the child's bedroom. Again, weird statement to make if that's not true. Defendant told law enforcement that upon returning to their bedroom, she felt Eric Richins and he was cold to the touch and not breathing, and she immediately called 911. Look, that's a lot of people's worst nightmare and some of their worst lived experience. And it just, given all of the allegations here and everything that we have seen, it is just frustrating that she's like, well, my husband was just there. There's so much in this. There is so much in this case. I know the defense is going to make their arguments. The prosecution has put forth quite a lot of evidence in this case. Summit County Dispatch received her 911 call at 3:21 a.m. on March 4th, 2022. Forensic analysis of defendant's cell phone shows that it was unlocked 6 times between 3:06 a.m. on March 4th and between 3:06 a.m. on March 4th and 15 minutes later at 3:21 when the defendant called 911. So the phone was unlocked. The phone was in use between 3:06 a.m. and 3:21 a.m. The analysis also shows that in the 13 minutes between 3:08 a.m. and 3:21 a.m., the defendant's phone or an associated device traveled approximately 378 feet. The defendant used several cell phones, including burners. The cell phone that the defendant primarily used leading up to and shortly after Eric Richins' death indicates that a significant amount of information was manually deleted from it, particularly between January and mid-March 2022. Forensic analysis. Oh boy.
Bruh.
Oh my God, what can they find on my phone? I don't know. Right, your phone's gonna tell on you.
Forensic analysis of one of the defendant's cell phones shows that by April 16, 2022, 3 days after law enforcement first informed defendant that Eric Richins died of a fentanyl overdose, the defendant's cell phone was used to access website articles with the following titles, among others.
Utah State Prison. I don't know how to pronounce Timpanogos Women's Facility. Is that where Ruby Frankie is? I don't know. What happens to deleted messages? Where do they go? Where are the deleted messages? Cause of death usually does not impact life insurance payment. How do police and forensic analysts recover deleted data from phones? And signs of being under federal investigation.
How do I know? They're gonna know. They're never gonna know. How are they gonna know? When you're Googling signs of being under federal investigation, they're going to use it as consciousness of guilt in your trial. Why? Because this happened before you were ever arrested. Oh, that's right. Ruby Frankie is in purgatory prison. That's right. I had forgotten that that was a real thing. So when they argue consciousness of guilt, remember in the Karen Reed case, how they were like, Karen Reed taking her car to her parents' house is consciousness of guilt. And we were all like, weird argument. Signs of being under federal investigation and how do police and forensic analysts recover deleted data from phones might be stronger for the argument of consciousness of guilt. Maybe. What odd things to Google. Cause of death usually does not impact life insurance payment. What a strange thing to be looking up. How odd. Forensic analysis of the same cell phone also shows that by June 6th, the defendant's phone was used to conduct the following internet searches, among others. Misspellings included.
Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? It's spelled UT. Women Utah prison. Can cops, period, uncover deleted, period, messages, iPhone. Yes, they can. Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? How long? How long does life insurance company take to, period, pay? What is a lethal, period, dose, period, of, period, fentanyl?
Mr. Bloodworth, where is luxury prisons for rich people? Also, I understand the periods because on the iPhone, half the time when I try to put a space, it puts a period. Like, I get it. This is not one search. So when they get into her Google history, can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? I imagine the testimony without actually having it. I imagine the witness they will bring in preceding this will be, we took her phone into custody before she was searching this. How long does life insurance companies take to pay? May 8th, 2023, the defendant was arrested for the murder of Eric Richins and received a copy of the charging document and probable cause statement. Hold on, before we get to the defendant getting arrested the day after my birthday. The defense, I imagine, will argue that some of these extractions are not reliable based on the Karen Reed case. I would not be surprised. But we don't know the times are accurate. I think we'll see some of those arguments. For all of you that are saying the murdacity, Catherine's like, the murdacity. Yeah. And I am not trying to make light of this case because I am appalled by the behavior. But the behavior is what it is. And this is the shit that is going to send her to prison for the rest of her life. When I talk about cases that have quite a lot of evidence, you can see it throughout the discussion of the case when it's, but then there's this, and 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 then there's this. And the audacity is so staggering and frustrating that there are times where I'm just like, I can't even. But also, I'm glad for the Google searches because the Google searches are a really strong argument in this case. Really strong argument. Also, when you look at everything in context together with the pulling out the policies, asking for stronger fentanyl. I mean, you could take just a couple of these facts and present them to a jury. This is a lot. May 8th, 2023, defendant was arrested for the murder of Eric Richins and received a copy of the charging document and probable cause statement. The probable cause statement referred to Ms. Luber by her initials and contained many of the facts presented above. On a jail call that day with her mother and her brother, defendant said, Eric, they put in Eric Richins. It was either Eric or he, I'm sure. Eric asked me to ask Ms. Luber for pain pills. The defendant never mentioned asking for pain pills for Eric or from Ms. Lauber during 3 hours of police interviews. It wasn't until after she saw the PC. Right. And indeed insisted that Eric never took illicit drugs or pain medication other than the occasional over-the-counter pain medicine. Before she got the affidavit, she said it was the gummies, remember? It was the gummies. And then she got the affidavit and was like, no, he asked me to do that. Oh, we did? Weird. The sock snatcher said, I just woke up and ADB is still on. Yeah, I didn't intend that we would be talking this long, but today happened and here we are. We're almost done with the affidavit. It was longer than I anticipated. When I save things for a first look, sometimes you never know. Dr. B's like, how long are you going to stream for? I'm like, well, we only have 2 topics. And then a band interlude, like a long one. The defendant fraudulently claimed insurance benefits from Eric Richins' death. Oh, yes, the allegations continue. Brandy said, but EDB, they were butt dials. That's why they had to be deleted. You can't leave the butt dials on the phone or the butt pictures. The defendant fraudulently claimed insurance benefits from Eric Richins' death, count 26. The defendant was the beneficiary of 2 insurance policies on Eric Richins' life issued by True Stage with an aggregate death benefit of, I hate calling it a death benefit. Can't they call it something else? Jojo said, Emily, pick a side already. Yeah, I have much stronger feelings about this case. Some of these cases I go into and I'm like, we'll see what happens at trial. This one, if this does not play out this way at trial, I will be insanely critical about it. But we had a very thorough with witness detention hearing and then a very thorough witness-based preliminary hearing. And so yes, this is one of the ones where I'm like, after the preliminary hearing, I'm like, girl, you in danger. You are in danger. The defense might be able to get, we'll see about the notebook, but yeah, no, this one, this is a strong case for the prosecution. The defendant was the beneficiary of 2 insurance policies on Eric Richins' life with the aggregate death payout of $350,000. One of the policies issued on May 12th, 2017, the other on February 4th, 2022, 1 month prior to Eric Richins' death. And then there's also that January 29th one. On April 28th, 2022, defendants submitted a claim against the policies. On June 7th, 2022, True Stage learned that Eric's death was a cause of drug intoxication fentanyl. On June 14th, True Stage left a voicemail with the defendant requesting a copy of any prescription Eric Richins had for fentanyl. Later the same day, defendant informed True Stage that fentanyl was not prescribed and that she didn't have any idea how he obtained the fentanyl. The next day, on June 15th, defendant reiterated to True Stage that she really did not know where Eric Richins obtained the fentanyl. I wonder if that's in emails, because a lot of these emails back and forth are to banks, to insurance companies. They're witnesses that the jury's going to be like, they were doing their job and they sent these emails and they had no idea what was happening. It speaks for itself. Pattern of unlawful conduct, count 26 continued. The pattern of unlawful conduct is predicated upon the offenses charged in counts 1 through 25, above and herein uncharged insurance frauds, attempted aggravated murder, and attempted murder offenses. Okay. There's an aggravated murder as well. So I don't know why they put the attempted aggravated murder and attempted murder and not also the aggravated murder. This is authorized for presentment and filing from Brad Bloodworth, the chief prosecutor. Yes, that is the prosecutor's name. His name is Brad B. Bloodworth. 19 pages, 26 charges. So we are still, let's try to summarize all of the hours that we've been talking about this. We are still in code Audacity. 26 new charges for Kouri Richins. A lot of similar patterns of behavior that we saw charged in the homicide case with the crumbling debt load from her realty business. New information, though, came to light in the extensive affidavit filed with this information, including that in one of the homes that she was trying to flip as part of her business, she had her bestie's husband and 3 children move in. Bestie wired 2 separate wires of $45,000 to Kouri as a payment towards a mortgage, and Kouri went and put that money into other places like immediately. And that is how we ended up at Code Green, because the information regarding the murders and attempted murders, the murder and attempted murder of Eric Richins, we have talked a lot about in other cases. Details of the bank fraud, the mortgage fraud, not bank fraud, the mortgage fraud, the money laundering, and the checks was new information, including as those bad checks were being written to move money from account to account and withdraw it before the check could be pulled on an account with insufficient funds, money was funneling out to her mother fairly regularly in the tune of thousands of dollars. She put her best friend in a home that had 4 hard money loans with very short terms that she could not pay. And prosecutor Brad Bloodworth put a sentence in there telling us how that ended with the lenders foreclosing on the home and evicting the best friend and her family, husband and 3 small children, from the home that she had been paying rent on to Kouri Richins and had paid over $45,000, had wired $45,000 to Kouri Richins for a down payment on a mortgage that was never going to happen based on the amount of debt Kouri Richins was holding. It also shows the picture of the mounting debt and increasing debt leading up to Eric Richins' attempted murder and then murder as charged in this case, lining out the conversations where Kouri Richins is trying to procure fentanyl and lining some of that out in more detail than we saw in other affidavits, similar to what we saw in the preliminary hearing in the murder and attempted murder case. These are separate charges. Some of this information will come into the murder case as motive. Some of this will come in as consciousness of guilt. We saw more information about Google searches. We didn't see the Google search luxury prisons for rich people in this one, but we did see some other very telling Google searches. Where are they? We're doing them one more time. Where is our house long? Where is it? Including how long does life insurance companies take to pay? What is a lethal dose of fentanyl? If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? Can cops force you to do a lie detector test? Women, Utah prison. Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone? And can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Those are from June 6th, 2022, before her arrest in May of 2023. It took them quite a while to get into Kouri Richins' cell phone because of the technology. So once the technology caught up and they got into her cell phone, I believe it was sent out to the FBI. Wait.
The FBI!
Before they were able to access her phone through Celebrite. Once it went to the FBI, they got the extraction from her phone. Her arrest was not very long after that. And we saw all of that in the arguments regarding suppression and in the preliminary hearing for this case. There's a playlist on my channel of this case. We have to go back to the normal lights. Let's see. Where are they? Normal lights. I need my regular lights. The green, we just can't. The editors are going to be like, why did you change it as we were going through the summary? It's just going to completely change. But now that we are out of the Audacity, well, with this case, we're not going to be out of the Audacity, but as we get to the end of the extensive affidavit in the Kouri Richins case, we also see more description about where the money was going, how the money was going, and what she was text messaging, who she was text messaging, what she was Googling, and the things that I think the prosecution will use as arguments for consciousness of guilt as this goes to trial. This case is still scheduled to go to trial at the middle of February 2026, last through the end of March 2026. And I will be covering it the best I can when it goes to trial. How it will be allowed to be recorded is still a bit of an unknown. The court is not super media friendly, so we will see how that goes as we get closer to trial. But I will keep you up to date on this case and on the murder case. This case is not going to go to trial with the murder case. There will be information that will overlap between the two, but this case was just charged in what is the date on this? This case was just charged June 27th, 2025. Previously, the court had separated out some of the mortgage fraud and forgery counts in the murder case. So not all of this information about the financial crimes will come in, but some of it will when it goes to motive and consciousness of guilt. And then this case will move along separately behind the murder case. I have not seen a date for her to be arraigned on this case yet. I have not seen that she's been arraigned on this case yet, but I will keep you in the loop on both. And I am keeping an eye on the civil cases. Some of those civil cases are paused until the criminal case concludes, but there are numerous civil cases going on with the estate of Eric Richins. So I will keep you in the loop on those as well. To those of you new to this case, it is a whirlwind. It's been going on since I started covering it during the bail hearing in 2023, and we will see this case finally go to trial in 2026. So with all of that, let's get to questions. What civil cases, Iona asked, there are numerous civil cases. Oh, we'll get to the walk the dog letter. We'll do some of that. What civil cases? There are numerous civil cases connected to this criminal case. There is, let me see. I'm going to just pull up my folder real quick so I don't forget any of them, because there are numerous civil cases with Kouri and the estate, which is her sister-in-law. So let me grab that real quick and we'll go through it. I'll pull up a little bit of the walk the dog letter. We're not going to have time to get through the whole thing today, but the mods have linked, and I'll link in the description the video where I covered it the first time it came out. We've covered it a lot. James said, I'm all for presumption of innocence, but this case, look, we can have presumption of innocence and opinions. Some cases, I'm just like, let's see what the jury sees. This case I've covered so much from the beginning. I'm like, well, we know what the jury's going to see. It'll be interesting to see how they go about their defense in this case, because there is a lot here. But yeah, the jury presumes her innocence. We've seen quite a lot of evidence under oath in this case, which is unusual because there were so many witnesses that came in during the bail hearing and then witnesses that came in during the prelim. So we've seen quite a lot of under oath with cross-examination information in this case already. And that digital evidence, man, that's going to be hard to move away from. So the Eric Richins estate is suing Kouri Richins and her mother. Now I know a little bit more why the mother was added, because I remember when the mother was added to the civil case, I was like, wait, what? So the mother was added to the civil case. And then there is a countersuit between Kouri Richins' mother and the estate. So the estate is suing Kouri Richins and her mother and others. Her mother is suing the estate. And then Kouri Richins in a separate action is suing the estate. And those, are both paused. I don't know if they've been consolidated yet. They might be. But Kouri is also suing the estate. And then there was one other estate case that had to do with debts, I believe. So I need to go and look and see if all of these have been processed, but there's also the probate of the estate. So estate suing Kouri and her mom, Kouri's mom suing the estate, Kouri suing the estate, and then the probate of the estate. So why is her mother suing the estate? I don't remember off the top of my head. There's a lot going on in the estate cases, and I don't remember exactly why. We might need to do an update on those cases later this week or next week. Or we could do it tomorrow. Do you guys want to? Here, let me put up a vote. We have some Koberger stuff to talk about. Do you guys want to do? Let me put up a poll. For tomorrow. We haven't streamed on the civil cases in a while. They are Thunder Snow, the coolest phenomenon ever, said Kouri isn't getting the estate right. They're fighting over it. What do you want to cover tomorrow? We can cover Koberger. We can cover all right, I'm putting this up there. We can cover Koberger updates, or we can wait and do that Thursday and cover more of Kouri Richins tomorrow if you want to. We absolutely can. Because I haven't had a chance to go pull all of those. Some of those are paused, but we can go through, if you guys want, we can go through the civil stuff tomorrow. If you guys are like, no, I'm invested. The Koberger stuff is, look, whatever we do tomorrow, we'll do the other one the next day. We'll cover both of them this week. So one will be Wednesday, one will be Thursday. It's just a question of which comes first. So that's all. I'm letting you guys vote about which comes first. We'll cover both of them. And then with Koberger, there's just filings and updates and what have you. But we can, again, we can get to that later in the week and cover all the civil stuff tomorrow if you want to. And then we can cover the walk the dog letter a bit more. Hannah asked, what does probate of the estate mean? It means going through court to put all of the assets where they belong and with whom they belong, I think is the most easy way to go through it. So I'm going to let you guys vote. We are going to get to Q&A because we are 4.5 hours in, which is going to make things oh so fun. We will get to walk the dog when we cover the civil stuff. What time is live? Normally, Sky Goddess, 11 a.m.-ish. 11 a.m.-ish Central. Let's get to questions. We will do walk the dog when we do the civil cases because you guys are definitely interested in the civil cases. So we'll do the walk the dog when we do that. So let's get to questions. But either way, we're covering both cases this week. But let's do questions. We're going to link the walk the dog, and we can do the walk the dog tomorrow and do the civil cases, or on Thursday, whichever day we do it. But the walk the dog letter is the letter that Kouri Richins wrote from custody that, and again, there's a link to me covering the entire letter. It is now docket item 214. Miguelina, do we have the video link of that? By the way, let me pull up the letter real quick so we can preview what we're covering tomorrow and then get to questions, because I don't want to, I kept saying I'll answer that during questions and I don't want to not answer it during questions. But also, I got a bunch of documents to go pull. And Utah just raised all their prices on pulling documents. They made it so, they made it a little more difficult. Not too difficult. I don't mind, but it takes time. The Kouri pulling documents in Utah is time consuming. Let's see. Phoenix asked the Chrisley pardon. I talked about it on the Emily Show podcast, so it is on the Emily Show YouTube channel, but I did talk about it over on the Emily Show. The Emily Show drops on Mondays. When we're in trial, we also drop our case briefs over there. And then when we stream, we summarize into case briefs the kind of takeaways of the things I cover on stream. So if you want the quick takeaways, those are over on the Emily Show channel, which can get hard if you don't have the app. If you have the app, you just push on the notifications when they come out. It makes it quite easy. If you don't have the app, I understand that it can get confusing on what we're covering and where, but quick case updates and things I haven't had time to do a whole stream on live on the Emily Show YouTube channel. So the app will keep you in the loop, or subscribing to the Emily Show channel will keep you in the loop. Lisa said, question, assets in the trust are generally exempt from probate. Yes, they started a probate. They started a probate on it. Do we have the timestamp, Miguelina? If we just grab the video, because I remember when that happened in real time. So if we have the timestamp, I'll just pull it from there, which is fine. So hopefully that helps. Let's see. The walk the dog letter has a long history that we will get in tomorrow. The walk the dog letter was subject to a whole motion to suppress that was denied. The walk the dog letter was taken out of Kouri Richins' possessions in custody. Kouri had been doing video calls in custody and holding things up to the window. The defense has said that this was not to the walls, just to the window, not to the window, even to the camera, but she had been holding things up to the camera. And the defense is arguing that this was not one of the things held up to the camera. But if Kouri Richins' mom testifies, then we will see this come up and question if she was shown this or not. So the walk the dog letter was something she wrote in custody. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. The motions that this was filed in also had transcripts of phone calls from custody. Sky was her previous attorney. She was calling Sky by her first name. Sky is saying even if the gummies have fentanyl in them, the prosecutor will say, I tried to put the fentanyl in the gummies. It's interesting now that we have an answer that the gummies have been tested and there was no fentanyl in the gummies. Isn't that interesting? She goes on to say, stupid, I know, but that's what she's thinking. We will still test them though. Well, the state tested them too. However, she wants to link Eric getting drugs and drugs and pills. I think that's pills. Getting drugs and pills from Mexico. So we need some kind of connection. Her private investigator is doing some research on the ranch/cartel place Eric would stay at. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie, which I think is the brother. Yeah. He would probably have to testify to this. You have to go tell him. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior, he will need to tell Sky. Brother will need to go tell Sky this upon information and belief, just like they say. If it's information and belief, then he doesn't have firsthand knowledge of it either, and he can't testify to it, but I'm just being picky. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch, not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. I thought she didn't know. How? It's not even consistent in 2 fucking pages. It would cause a huge fight, but she didn't know. How does it cause a fight? You're 4 sentences away and it's inconsistent. It would cause a huge fight. She was pissed. He would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any types of pills. Didn't like them. Well, how would you know you didn't like them if you didn't do pills? Why is there a further explanation? Why are we over-explaining? Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. Drea M82 and a lot of you in the chat said, is this in the third person? This is Kouri telling her mother what to tell her brother to say to the lawyer. So for those of you new to the case, we'll get back to this. There's a whole video on it. We'll get back to this tomorrow. But this is Kouri saying at the beginning of this, brother, he will have to testify, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell the lawyer. So it seems to me, my interpretation, Kouri is telling mother to tell brother, and she's saying brother needs to go tell this to the lawyer. Go tell the lawyer you know this. I'm sure the defense attorney loved this. Go tell the brother. So this is her writing what the brother will need to say to the lawyer. That's why it's written in the third person. Some of you are asking, how fast will the verdict be? Oh, we've got to wait. What comes out in motions and what comes out in court can be very different than what comes out in trial. But this is the walk the dog letter. This is docket number 214. This is where this soundbite comes from.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
So we will get into the history of that letter tomorrow. But Miguelina did grab is there a clip of me talking about it? No. Me reacting to me? No, it's okay. We'll just pull the video. This is Attorney Bloodworth. We'll do that a different day. We'll inception it a different day. This is Attorney Bloodworth asking questions in court during the suppression hearing. This is where that came from. There's times I'm just like, they're not talking about us. And then there's this.
Sergeant Barry, you're familiar with what I mean when I say the walk the dog letter, right?
Yes.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter. When you searched...
The sergeant is like, sure, it's docket 214. Yes. So that is where that soundbite comes from. That is docket 214. We will get more into docket 214 tomorrow because we'll talk more about the walk the dog letter and we'll talk about the civil cases. We will talk more about the Kouri Richins case tomorrow, but there are times where I'm just like, well, if y'all haven't gone through the playlist of the Kouri Richins case, here's your sign. Go through the playlist of the Kouri Richins case. It is a wild ride, and there's a lot of court hearings with evidence. Also, if you're looking at the camera swinging back and forth, the court asked that court staff not be on camera. So when they go from the prosecutor to the witness, they pan right across where the clerk and staff are. And so they try to not put them on camera. So Grace Bay said there was also Judge M saying YouTube channels with 820 subscribers are following this. Yes, there was the time when he mentioned our subscriber count exactly to the 1,000. Yes. So that's Attorney Bloodworth. This is an interesting case. It will be going to trial. I have not seen all of the coverage of this case. We are covering it. A lot of you are saying, will she plea? I don't know. I don't think she's been offered a plea. I don't think she's asked about a plea. And the last time they were in court, the defense attorney indicated that she might testify. She also gave a phone interview at some point saying that everything that has been put out is lies, that no one knows her side of the story, that all of this is fabricated. And the defense, I think, put out a brief statement after, let me pull up this story real quick. The defense, I think, put out a brief statement after this new filing saying that the new filing just indicates how weak the prosecution thinks that the murder case is. I don't read it that way, but again, I am not the defense. And if you are moving it to a different, case, it makes sense to me to, let's see, where is this? I lost the article I was thinking of, but because there weren't very many going over the additional 26 charges. Let's see. I think, no, I don't see it, but I had read, it's probably from KSL here, that the defense had said it shows that the prosecution's case isn't as strong as they think it is. Here it is. So here's the statement from the defense. And Kouri Richins has, of course, maintained her innocence in this and says people should hear her side. So I'm saying, well, Kouri, when it goes to trial, that would be the only time really for people to hear your side. People aren't going to hear your side if it doesn't go to trial. So it really has to go to trial for people to hear her side. But yes, she did give a phone interview from custody. We went over that a while ago. Murder suspect Kouri Richins faces 26 new felony charges from KSL, local media in Utah. Let's see. Richins, 34, was charged Friday in Summit County's 3rd District with 5 counts of mortgage fraud, 7 counts of money laundering, 1 count of communications fraud, 1 count of engaging in a pattern of unlawful conduct, all 2nd-degree felonies, plus 5 counts of forgery and 7 counts of issuing bad checks, 3rd-degree felonies. The mother and real estate agent is charged with the aggravated murder in the death of her husband, 39-year-old Eric Richins, in March 2022, and attempting to murder him a month earlier, yes, on Valentine's Day. Recently, the judge set the jury trial to begin February 11th, with trial beginning, that's jury selection, trial beginning February 23rd. Let's see. Richins' attorneys question the timing of new charges. Quote, the sudden push to file new charges over 2 years later underscores the weakness of the state's pending murder charges, since these fraud charges would not come into play unless they fail to secure a conviction. Disagree. The timing is also extremely troubling in light of the fact that the parties are trying to set an impartial jury in Summit County. So maybe the media coverage of it? That was the defense attorneys, Kathy Nestor and Wendy Lewis, in their statement on Friday. According to charging documents on Friday, Kouri Richins used a power of attorney to obtain $250,000 in the HELOC, and then we read the rest of this. But the defense had said, see, these don't even come into play unless she's not convicted of murder. And I don't agree with that. She can be prosecuted for this after she's prosecuted for murder. Even if she gets life in prison, I think there's the opportunity for her to get a sentence that leaves the opportunity for parole. So if there's other behavior that needs to be charged that plays into all of this, then I'm not surprised that they will pursue all of that, because they can try her after the murder case, or she can plead to it after the murder case. I mean, she'll see. She'll see what happens. So we'll see from there. A number of you, and by a number, I mean a lot of you, have asked, Emily, what about Donna Adelson? We'll circle back to Donna Adelson another day. There are some rulings pending, but so far her trial is still pending for the end of August. Let me just take a look. I had written down her new trial date because it got put over in May. The court granted a continuance. So we will update on Donna Adelson probably after the sentencing of Brian Koberger. But it looks like she is going to trial in August. I think jury selection they expect will take about a week. And then they believe opening statements should start around August 25th. So I will cover Donna Adelson if it starts. I don't know if it'll start. So Frenchy Fry said there will be an Adelson hearing on Friday at 1 EST. I'll take a look at what that is. If we need to cover it, I'll cover it the following week. Rachel Mills, any update on the Tupac case? It had gotten reset into 2026. Something's going on with that case. I only have speculation at this point, but it keeps getting kicked out. So I wonder what's going on. I wonder what's going on. But no, it's not going to trial anytime soon. We'll see if it does go to trial. Let's see. Thank you all, the members. Thank you. CCC said appreciate your coverage of Kouri Richins. It will start getting covered more as it gets closer to trial, but this is one of those cases that at the beginning I was like, wait, what? And every time we go to court, I'm like, wait, what? Also, Attorney Bloodworth has the balance of snark that works well for me. It's not too heavy-handed. It is a balance of snark. And then you've got him just petty. There are petty moments. And again, there are some funny petty moments. There was a moment where he was quoting jail calls and Kouri Richins was calling her attorney a dumb bitch. Her attorney is not a dumb bitch. This was her prior attorney. And I'm like, wow, he's just putting it all out, just putting it all out there. Putting it all out there. So Tony said, did you explain DCI to lawyer no after recording him? When Peter and I had a chance to sit down to record, I was running late as we were finishing recording, and we did not have a chance, but we had talked a little bit about DCI beforehand because we were talking about some other things going on, and we were talking about kid activities and stuff, and I had explained a little bit, and he was like travel soccer, and I was like, plus, travel soccer plus, like 12-hour plus days and all the rest of it. But I'm like, yes, a plus. So we talked about it a little bit for sure, but I need to send him some of the links for sure. Anka said, love from Romania. Good to see you. Red wine for catching alive. Well, we have worked well into the night in Romania at this point. Matt, the future ASQ. Good to see you in the chat. Emily and fellow Leonards, I'm looking forward to these cases moving forwards. I have a video assignment due this weekend on teaching with sources. There you go. And multiple sources help. I generally wait for multiple sources. Kim Gracie, dyslexic. I read that as Angel. I'm going to keep reading it as Angel. Said, I got my cup and muscle tea. So excited. Is the cup dishwasher safe with or without the stickers? With the stickers, yes. Without the stickers, I would not recommend putting it in the dishwasher with the stickers on, because the heat from the dishwasher will probably cause them to peel off. But without the stickers, it says so on the bottom. I always hand wash my cups because sometimes the heat just does it in. So whatever says on the website, I would go with that. But what I really like about these, and I didn't talk about them too much because I know they're already sold out. So when we restock them, we'll talk about them more. But is how thick the lid is. It really does keep stuff cold. And they fit in a cup holder really well. So I love them. And we still have the fax hats and the t-shirts like I'm wearing. We still have all of those. Danny Callie said, happy law nerd anniversary. Welcome. They're adding more badges. So we're going to be adding some new icons as we're getting close to 5 years for some of you. Orbiter Dictum said, thank you for keeping this a safe place. I do my best. And even on the days I say I'm going to try not to get all squishy, sometimes other things will make me squishy, but we talk about it. Canonical Heart, thank you. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. You can see that the reading gets better the longer we go. It's just really fantastic for me and amusing, I hope, for all of you. Let's see. Kevin Stevenson said, wow, getting close to 3 years. I know. It's PJ. Thank you, EDB. As a Texan needing to get my mind off of things, you are and have been my safe place. Love you. Thanks. It's PJ. Love to you too. And all of you. It is very much personal to Texas, but everybody who's watching what's going on feels it. So you are not alone in the Law Nerd chat of everybody needing a minute to do other things, which is very much needed. So Scoob said, EDB, I needed this so much today. Thank you for being here when you struggle. Remember, so many people love and care about you. We can do hard things. I absolutely remember that. And yes, there are days it's hard because your heart hurts, but we're still going to do this, which is 100% needed. I've seen a lot of this about Pacheco being rehomed yesterday. I haven't seen, let me go look. I will look for more reports on it. I hadn't seen multiple reports on it. But if we do have updates on it, I'll update it at the top of tomorrow's show too. So I will take a look, but I know that I saw all the statements confirming Bukhenik's, but I will look for that, and then I will update it at the top of tomorrow's show too. That is my promise to you, because I will not do well looking for it now, and we're almost 5 hours in. Chloe the dog is applying for all the things. We're almost 5 hours in, so we will do it tomorrow. Let's see. Duck said, aren't they just spreading the problems around by moving these officers to other areas? It distributes the load, but also there's some things they can't terminate them for. So terminating them means they're going to end up paying way more in lawsuits and in fighting with the different boards. So there's not much you can do but reassign them where they can't do too much damage. So that's part of it. We need clips from Alessi's second motion to dismiss what could be more egregious. We do. What could be more egregious? We do. It's going to come up in the Kouri Richins case. I have a feeling probably more than once. Alyssa said in an interview, Barrows said that he met with Lally before the first trial and told him that the taillight did not look like that in the Sallyport. Lally never told the defense what Barrows said. That is interesting. I'm sure the defense knows and will follow up on that as they want to, because those are things the defense has to be told. Let's see. Emily, you should show your son Danny Carey's drum cam. We've seen some of the different drum cams, and what Brianna Rufino is talking about in the chat is some of the drummers put like a GoPro on their rigs. I don't think they're called rigs, but on their braces for their drums. Words get hard at 5 hours, but they put GoPros on them, and you can see their perspective of the field shows from like inside the field show. Harnesses, thank you, chat. My brain had totally stopped. But you can see their perspective from inside the show. It's absolutely wild. And you can hear all their duts and all the things they say with the duts, which is really fun. So it is fantastic. Jut, thank you. Jut said, I love band and you. There's going to be a YouTuber from the UK that's going to be at Nationals for DCI. He has been in Tears 2, Go Green Machine, and Blue. I didn't do that quite right, but yes, that's amazing. I'll have to go find. Look, it brings all the worlds together. The Drum and Bugle Corps, I know I colloquially refer to it as band because all band makes my heart happy, but it's a fun thing, and it brings together a lot of really fun people, and I love that. So Crocker, I'm a Texan and I appreciate you, EDB. You're a beacon of light. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Crocker. We are holding lots of space for y'all. And I mean, the audacity today. Wit, I agree. Mad World. Wit said 2010 Cavaliers Mad World was my gateway show for DCI. Mad World is great. We'll have to start going through some of the older shows and going through some of the older shows. Maria asked this way earlier in the chat, and I'm like, oh, I'll get to that quickly when we get to questions. Lies. What's your opinion on why her first attorney left? Sky Lazaro did not peace out after Kouri Richins was like telling her mother, my opinion. I don't know what she was thinking, but reading that letter, my opinion, telling her mother to tell her brother to lie to her attorney, among other things that'll come out in the Walk the Dog letter, and then calling her like a dumb bitch on recorded calls. It's like, girl, what? Check your Google history. But all those things did not dissuade Sky. She did not leave because of all of that. There was a conflict issue that came up with some of the other cases, and she was conflicted off the case because of stuff that came up with some of the things going on in the civil cases. So there ended up being a conflict, and she was conflicted out because of it. But she Dude, I think she had reason to be like, we have irreconcilable differences. She did not. I would have been like, peace, just peace. But she didn't do that. Sky was like, no. But can you imagine the work you do as a defense attorney and then your client's on a jail call, MFing you up one side and down the other? So she has appointed counsel now. Hopefully she gets along with them. But even if she doesn't have a lot of a choice. Lori said, when is Donna Adelson? Next month. Sandy K said, moving 1,000 miles in 3 weeks. Only listening. See, I know you guys listen in the background. Put on the whole background. We will be covering Donna Adelson for sure. Meg's Lost Password said, Emily, I designed a Goth Garden seed pack. That's amazing. I will go look for it. Red Solo Cups, White Snow, and Blue Paint said, my mind changes EDT Eastern Daylight Time to EDB. And EDB Standard Time is, we all have wiggle room to get here on time together. Less wiggle room when there's court, more wiggle room when there's not. And sometimes the internet is just acting up. Must get your thoughts on the Traitors season 4. Maybe we'll talk about it tomorrow. I am glad that Dorinda gets another chance too. I'm excited to see it. Duncan Idaho said, played trumpet from 6th grade through college, then nothing for like 20 years. Now I've bought a trumpet for my late best friend's daughter and I'm helping her learn. Band was, I'm going to get all choked up. Duncan, I love this so much. It is. And also trumpet's a whole vibe, and get the sound dampener. And Griffin is also enjoying trumpet. I want him to practice more. DCI has encouraged him a bit. So I know it wasn't you, Casey Cat. DCI has encouraged Griffin a bit, but he enjoys getting to go watch. Does G love watching the Texas A&M band? Also obsessed with school supplies. I never buy the packs they sell. I want to shop for my kids. I also like shopping for school supplies. And he has not, I don't think he's seen anything from Texas A&M. He has seen a lot of the DCI and the high school bands, not as many of the college bands, just because we have not done as many of the college football games, because he doesn't love the rest of the football game. So it is a lot. There's a lot of sensory stuff at a football game. They are very loud. They are unpredictable. People are cheering at random times. Lots happens. So football is not his favorite. Band competitions are great because you get all the band and none of the football. Blake said, question, could the banks that loan her money be in trouble, or did she cheat them? This comes up in the Girardi case. Questions about where is the responsible lending practices. I don't know about the regulatory requirements for banks. The fact that it was 25 different lenders says a lot. This came up much more in the Girardi case because it seemed like the legal lenders knew how much debt Girardi was in and kept going, which is a very different situation than here, where it looks like she was jumping lender to lender to lender. And so I don't know within their own regulatory agencies, but there doesn't seem to be any legal action there. So that's part of it. Sarah said, I missed the high-pitched voice effects when you read people's quotes. Well,
it's back. I didn't realize how long it had been off the soundboard when I moved everything around. I didn't realize it didn't get back on. And then we got to this case and it was like, damn, we need it back. So it's back.
Let's see. We also have, I'm going to be watching some DCI streaming tonight too. Megan said, I can't math. My head is going to explode. I pity the prosecutor who has to explain this to the jury. Oh, this case is going to be easy to explain. Once they get into like this check, this date, it's the story of it is not hard to explain because you can understand where the money's going. And then at the end, you just use a chart. It will be interesting. Kara said, I've worked for both Navy Federal Credit Union and USAA. Love my USAA. I have my master's degree in criminology. I'm also licensed and certified as an anti-money laundering, counterterrorism, financing, and financial crime investigator. I am loving this chat. Well, thank you for the work that you do. You have the most interesting job. It is so incredibly fascinating. There were times that my work overlapped at times with like Secret Service back in the early and mid 2000s, doing some of the well, not just money laundering, but also the fake money. Never very good, which is how they found it. But it was always interesting working with the different task forces that did different work in the money laundering space. It's interesting to find it. And it is, once you follow the money and you find where it goes, it becomes really easy to follow. Cherry Bomb asked question, couldn't she have declared bankruptcy? Yes, but then she would have had to admit defeat. And defeat did not, look, we're not dealing with logical decision making. Kouri Richins says this is all not real, but we are not dealing with logical decision making. When the decision making plays out the way it's alleged to play out here, if this is how it played out, it will be interesting to see if this is not it. I will be shocked. But we are not dealing with normal decision making processes. Some people would say, I can't sustain this anymore. For my family and I to survive, we need to declare bankruptcy and figure it out next. But that's not what happened here, because that would be defeat, right? And for fraudsters, defeat is like no is a jumping off point. And I joke about that from the movie Clueless, but you'll be amazed at when this kind of behavior doesn't bother people, how much no is just a jumping off point. Like y'all in the chat, also chronic shock, welcome for your 6-month anniversary. It's good to see you. For those of you in the chat that like apologize to doorways when you bump into them, and I know you do. No, I'm not wiretapping your house. I know that you do. I do it too. But for those of you that like apologize to a doorway when you've bumped into it, this doesn't make any sense to you. How someone could sleep at night with the thing that Kouri Richins is doing does not make any sense to you. It is not how your brain is wired. Then again, if we look at it in a non-criminal context, there are times that when I'm talking about the fact that I've like no mind's eye at all, people are like, I don't understand how that works. And I'm like, right. And I don't understand how it works to like have a mind's eye. Like that seems lovely and way helpful. But it's hard to imagine how people fraud in this way, how people lean into the grace, kindness, generosity, or willingness to help of others. But they do over and over and over again. And the patterns of fraud are incredibly familiar the more that you see it, and where a lot of fraud victims end up in trouble. And this is something to talk to your family members about, your kids about, anyone in your life that is in that, I hate saying elder, but upwards of 65 target demographic for fraudsters. People lean in to them wanting to help, and then they lean into shame. Fraudsters lean into the shame of the victim and hoping that when someone is embarrassed, if they start to realize they've been defrauded, that they will keep trying to cover it and they won't tell anyone, who will then call the police or help stop it from happening. And then they can threaten people, embarrass to expose them. And so it also like taps into this human like loop of, I have to handle this myself. I can't let anyone know. And it really does play on shame. And so one of the reasons I cover these cases is because I think we need to talk about that pattern. It's part of the reason I covered the Jen Shaw case, also Real Housewives, and it plays out on TV. But we need to talk about that loop where people get stuck in the shame, or not wanting to burden someone else, or not wanting to tell them, or not thinking it's a big deal. And then it is a big deal and they don't know how to dig out of it. And that's what people prey on. And when we talk about people wanting to take advantage in a situation, people whose brains are wired this way and lean into the fraud see an opportunity. Kouri Richins doesn't see this as crime. I mean, I don't know what she sees the murder as. When we get to the fraud, Kouri Richins sees the fraud as, I've got this. No one will know. This is what everybody does. This is how everyone does it. This is fine. They're still giving me money. There's nothing illegal if they're giving it to me. They're giving it to me. I don't have a gun. It's fine. They're giving it to me. So it's hard to understand how someone can be rolling in millions of debt and be fine with it, because you can't be. But they are. It is a completely different way of operating in the world. And it's wild. But when you start to see the fraud patterns, they all play out pretty much the same. And people are hesitant to call each other out, especially face to face or over the phone or in community. When Kouri's like, I found out about that from my husband, lol. Someone on the other end of that phone might be like, oh my God, that's terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that's happening to you. We just need a little bit more information. I won't try to make it difficult. And that's me extrapolating. And then the other banker gets told what? Oh, somebody stole my identity. Oh, that sucks. We just need a few more bank records. And then you see the bank records and you're like, okay. But how are they just so confident? It's amazing how far confidence can get you when people are just like, no, it's fine. I'll just speak with authority, and everybody will be like, oh, it's fine. Yeah, all of you would be like, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed if I had the world collapsing like that. I know. And some people just, that's just how people do business. It's fine. What? What's the big deal? I don't get what everybody's so mad about. This is just how business is. This is just how it works. It's hard. I get it. Lucy said it took them a year to arrest her. Yes, because of cell phones. Jut said behind, but Emily, it's Blue Devils Variations on a Gathering. Thank you. With the uninvited prelude at the beginning. Cavaliers and Crusaders are my favorite this year, but Bluecoats are growing on me. So sad I'm missing Little Rock DCI. Get it. I hear you and thank you. Variations on a Gathering. It's going to take me a minute to put shows to names. By the time we get to finals, I'll have it. I'm just like the one with this. Anon Mouse said, why is she asking about rich people prisons? Because she is so outside of having contact with the world that involves prison that she thinks, oh, well, there must be something different for me. I think perhaps Kouri sees herself as a bit above the rest of us. So I don't think she sees all of us like on the same level. There's a scene in OG Real Housewives of New York where Bethany Frankel is being told that she's down here. And like I've seen women do this to each other and to me through nonverbal cues, but I've not seen somebody actually do this to someone as expressly as it happened with Kelly Ben-Simone in Real Housewives of New York, where she's like, I'm up here and you don't get it. Like you're down here. Like she was actively trying to put Bethany Frankel in her place. Like you're not operating by the rules of society as Kelly Ben-Simone sees them. Like you don't get it. Like you're down here. Stop acting like we're the same. There are times where I feel that Kouri Richins is like, you don't understand. We're not the same. It's just how I see it. I'm sure we'll maybe see something different. Maybe not. Maybe not. I didn't know this existed. Amazing Meta said dishwasher Mod Podge helps keep stickers on. That's a thing? I didn't know that existed. Thank you. There's dishwasher Mod Podge. Mod Podge is great for everything. It's like the crafter's equivalent of duct tape. It's fantastic. Thank you. There we go. Dishwasher Mod Podge. Follow the money and see where it goes. Hamilton playing in my head again. Oh, yes. Follow the money is one of my buzz phrases for everything. Because follow the money generally gets us to where we need to be. It's like, why is this happening? Is there money? Yes. Who's making it? We might get closer to our answers. So let's see. Casey Cat said, FYI, I watch Utah parole hearings every week. They are famous for very long sentences and very quick paroles, like shocking quick. The thing that's wild to me about Utah is that the defendants don't necessarily know the sentence until they're in. Like, it's open to the prison board. It's a whole different system. So when people get sentenced, it's like, and then it goes to the parole board and they decide, which is another reason why Bloodworth and the Summit County Prosecutor's Office might want the additional charges. It's like, no, there's so much more here. This behavior matters. One Nippy Hippie said C-section tomorrow. I'm loving being with the Lawnards. Congratulations. Take care of yourself. Recover well. And it is a whole different experience. Take care of yourself and recover well. Let's see. I know, Carrie, I get this about some of the words I say. I love the way you say during. During, yes. There are some of the ways that I pronounce things that are just ingrained into my being, which is why I always say when I'm yelling at, like, I don't know, some prosecutor somewhere in the state of Massachusetts for pronouncing things nefarious, where I'm like, I'm a hypocrite and an asshole for pointing out that he is saying anything with the wrong pronunciation. I get it, but also, what? Nefarious. It's just, I agree. A number of you in the chat are pointing out that it's just the kids that get impacted by all of these cases, but by this case, is hard. However, I hope that them being with their father's family gives them the family around them that they need. But yeah, it's a huge part of these cases that we don't talk about a lot. One, because I'll cry, and two, because it's absolutely heartbreaking. And it's such a difficult thing, especially in a high profile case. Everyone in your community knows. And I think the Richins kids are young enough that it's probably not something that comes up in their everyday life at this point, but it will at some point. And that's a really difficult thing. And it sucks, but we'll go through the trial and see. And I feel for the Richins family, and having to walk through the civil lawsuits with Kouri, having to go through all the stuff that comes up in this case. And I don't know what their communications were like with Eric, but if they had concerns before this, it's got to be hard to see all of this come out like it is in any case. But in this case, this is not a car accident that happened out of nowhere. This is alleged as a planned and premeditated for a not insubstantial period of time. And it's a hard road to walk. And then to wait years for trial. These intimate partner crimes impact families in a different way, because you should be able to trust people, and you can't always. And that's a hard part of this. That's a hard part of this case. The audacity of Kouri is so wild that sometimes the wildness is just like, this case is wild, but it's heartbreaking. And when this goes to trial, I can't imagine anyone locally in Utah not talking about this case, because it is wild. So, speaking of tomorrow, 56% of you said Kouri Richins tomorrow, and then we'll get back to Kohberger on Thursday. I agree with you. So Kouri Richins tomorrow. We're going to talk about the civil cases, and then we will talk about Kohberger a bit and Kohberger adjacent cases on Thursday, unless everything pops off in the world and things change. Asterisks.
Docket 214.
That's not the right
but
asterisk
every law
noise.
nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
That is in the same place as my asterisk noise. Asterisk noise. Asterisks. If something unprecedented happens, we will talk about it. If not, we will cover these civil cases and give a background on those tomorrow. We will talk about the Karen Reed civil lawsuits down the road. I just don't think we have time to do it this week, because there's some Kohberger stuff and adjacent Kohberger stuff I want to talk about. So we have a very full week. I will see you tomorrow. It will not be this long of a stream tomorrow. Law Nerds, I missed you. And now we have talked for 5 hours, so we must go. Mods, thank you. It's supposed to be shorter when we're not in trial. I know. It is. It is supposed to be shorter when we're not in trial. Remember, if there is anything in the Law Nerd shop that you like that has been released, there are plenty of t-shirts. There are, I don't know what else. I can't guarantee there's anything else. There should be other things. But head to the Law Nerd shop to check out our refresh. There will be new merch, but we are not doing a new merch drop for a little bit. So we have the refresh in there. If you want your fax hat, I know those are still in the shop. I don't know for how long they're still in the shop. If you have the app, you will get a heads up to those things before I talk about them on stream. So even if we're not in trial, if you have the Law Nerd app, it will keep you in the loop the best. So Law Nerds, you are the best. It is good to see you. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Miguelina. And we are out. I will see you tomorrow. Bye, y'all. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.